तो भाई लोग सभी को वेलकम है जी। वेलकम, सभी का वेलकम है। भैया जल्दी चालू कर दो, क्या दिक्कत है भाई। तो भाई पीएमजी से पूरा जो शेड्यूल बताया जा रहा है क्या है, इट इज़ 11 जो मतलब आज से जो तो भाई आज के मैचेस, पहले रोंडो है, ठीक है, दूसरा रंगल, तीसरा रंगल भाई, लगातार 3 रंगल, फिर 2 मेरा मार। क्या बात, सही है, ले दो। हम्म,
Rondo and
Let's welcome.
go Team India.
Well, there they are. We see them ready to go, man. Live in Bangkok, Thailand, man. This is so great. We talked a little bit about some of the squads that we got looking at right here, right? One thing in particular that I think that is so awesome here about PMGC 2025 is there's a particular region that we haven't seen in such a long time, right? And that is India, baby. They are back, right? We got Orangutan joining the field. Neptura, I know this is a team you really got your eyes on.
I do. I love the way this team plays, and I think out of any of the teams to come out of India, this team has the most chance to actually do something and actually compete against these teams really, really well. Yes, they don't really have the experience that we've seen from other global teams right at the global stage. That is fair. But the way they play, they're mobile, they're opportunistic, they split, they use their vehicles to get any information. They third party as much as
Nepal,
possible,
Iran, London,
regroup really quickly.
Brazil,
Like, this is a
Australia,
team that is very smart, and I think
Indonesia.
when you have that kind of skill level to pair with that,
Yeah.
this is exactly what you need. This is all the elements of what you need in a team that will compete against global teams effectively.
But sorry, I gotta interrupt and
तुम
also
दोनों
correct you
casters
guys. It's
हैं
not
भाई ये तो.
orangutan. That's not the team name. It's
Caster
Team India.
Blank and the
Okay, that's
caster
right.
John
We're
Allen.
here in
Yeah,
PMGC.
the
But
casting
actually,
desk.
we had a little graphic talking about Rondo. As we get to
The
Rondo, me and
casting
Seven had a
desk
video a
में
few days ago
है.
talking about what they could really do. I would actually really like to see a hot drop coming out from Orangutan on APG, doing the typical 3-1 splits on Rondo. That would be such a good strat and a good way for them to kick off PMGC possibly.
Start करो जल्दी से.
Oh man, if we get a hot drop right off the rip here in Rondo, that's gonna be just absolutely crazy. But you know what? Let's get this started. Let's go ahead and head on over to Blank and John Allen to get this started.
R से मार दिया switch. Let's go, भाई.
That's right. You know, I'll get that. I'll get that sorted for him. So he is right retrospectively.
Hello.
Thrilled as
पहला
ever
match
to be
चल. Let's
here,
go
you know,
Team
this
India.
season,
All the
ready
best.
to
Rondo
move towards
first
the
match.
finals later on over in December. It is all to play for, and the Gauntlet Blank is the place to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very, very good opportunity to get whatever you want going into the finals, right? You get a lot of points here in terms of, well, not points, but if you get a lot of points here, you have a fantastic chance to get in. And even if you don't make it through Gauntlet, you get even more chances in the future to get towards those finals. So it is a perfect opportunity. We're starting things off here over on Rondo. I'm sure some of you may have seen this map previously over on some of our other PMSLs. But if this is first time tuning in, we do have a new map in. It is this one. It has the recall system that the guys on the desk were talking about. And the of course. Which allows you to get back into the match should they get knocked and flushed. It's an interesting mechanic. It does make it quite chaotic at times.
Absolutely. If you're wondering, where can I find these recall beacons? Well, it's the handy green hearts all over the map. They'll be visible on the mini-map as well, but it looks like we're already in for a fast start here. R8 dropping down with Alpha 7 over on the northwest side. Blank, it looks like Alpha 7, though, they've already taken a knock and a flush. But remember, the recall beacons exist, so it's not all done and dusted for the player from Alpha 7. As a second force as well, I think it's time to turn tail.
रेट ने दे दिया 7 को.
I think they actually do already have an outpost ready to res if needs be from the guys on Alpha 7. So that's fine, should be okay.
Obscure
when you
गया,
look
बच
at
गया.
this over on Rondo as well, what you typically see
ले लिया भाई.
to start off with 2 and 97 looks to move up. Ida, sorry. Memori.
Dangerous though. He has shotgun. Oh, he's only got 2 more rounds though. One. No, we can't.
एक और दिया. अरे
The swap out is good for the turn of the spray, but the vents don't keep him safe. A couple more breathing holes than he would like there, and gets slashed to bits in the end. R8 able to get a lot of points in the meantime, Blank. We've got another hot drop going on between Virtus Pro and Ulf. Is that a full squad wipe, or is that just the flushes coming through? I think it was just the flushes.
It's scrappy. It always is
भाई
from
मेले.
here as well.
चल.
While finding Revo, Alpha 7 look to get back into the mix here, in fact, after that double knock occurred upstairs. Squeeze out underneath. GS9. Pretty decent submachine gun exclusive to Rondo. Murray's looking for the parachutes. Not seeing any just yet. Alpha 7 back up to 3 now. Again, as I was saying before, the typical strategy is to send 3 in towards a location you want to control. You have 1 outpost sent over towards the recall beacon.
Ooh, what's the battle of the M249s? Plenty of lead being thrown either way. Not too much connecting, though, but in the end it was Marso to win that little duel there. You can see we've already got a lot of elims on the cards, Blank, but only 2 people are currently flushed. Make that 3 now. But look at the number of elims. We're already up to 11 elims found. And only 1 player has gone down. Orangutan have lost 1. And it looks like R8 and Alpha 7 aren't done just yet either.
R8's actually profiting quite a lot off of this, actually. 5 points already on the game. It's fairly fantastic. Korea off in the distance. Obscures having to send away now. And R8 may just get 6 points from Alpha 7 total, which is a little bit weird considering they're a 4-man squad. But for R8, fantastic stuff.
I think this is the first time I've seen a team get more than 4 points on a hot drop.
Yeah,
certainly in Rondo. I'm talking about the Rondo recall system, but because we've hypothesized, you know, what's the maximum number of points you can get from one team. It looks like R8 are trying to set that record right now. Goodness me. Okay, if you get 6 or 7 points from a single team, I mean they're called Alpha 7, right? Maybe that's because they're worth 7 points.
Yeah, but we'll take 7 off them. That's 6 elims total. But also that indicates that Alpha 7 has lost the fight twice, which is not great.
भाई ओजी को एक मार दिया भाई. R8 6 kill भाई. Kara 3 kills. VP
in the past that might have seemed as like a big upset, but I think R8's actually improved a lot over the years. Most of those players are veterans now of the game. They've been playing a very, very long time. I think they're all very good. There's some small changes here and there. But yeah, I think Marth's always been a bit of an underestimated player, and he's consistently been getting better. Ida also has just always been a strong suitor on that team. So I think for R8, you know, that is a fantastic start for them, but also not too surprising considering their uptick in their trend.
So, I mean, it's a great start, right? If you want to have a big game, crack on with Rondo. Get towards the top of the Gauntlet. Alpha Gaming starting to make their move from Yulin down towards that southeast side. Crashing into the rocks there. Zol not going to go any further. Maybe spotted a couple of mad balls ahead of him and decided, you know what, I'm going to wait for the rest of my team to handle this one.
Man, APG's got brightness on maximum there. Like he was gazing into the sun. The screen was illuminating half the stage. Switch the phone up to 120% on the brightness.
Hey, you know, they can handle it, those phones. They got all the bells and whistles. Fun to talk.
Oh, ring sunglasses
get a point off the wall. Yeah, I don't think they put sunglasses on your face. I think they're just short of that feature. But everything else, they pretty much got it on lock. Mad balls crashing in, and Kara, Tulika spots one of them. Must has to crawl back upstairs. Remember, the recall beacon's still active, still accessible potentially, although it's going to get harder in the middle of the circle, which is where we find ourselves right now, Blank. It is going to be a little bit more difficult to find those recall beacons. So losing a player here is a little bit more terminal than perhaps losing a player further towards the outside.
It does get a little bit tougher. That's the sacrifice you have to make, right? If you want center, likely you're not getting a second chance here. Certainly possible to make happen, but by the time you start heading center, a lot of teams start to gatekeep on these recall beacons, which is something that's happening a lot more frequently. And I do think that this initial stint of eliminations, of aggression, does start to die down a little bit as teams head on over towards that early game, that mid game. I'd say that probably kicks in around about 12, 13 minutes here on Rondo. But it can kick in a lot later as we've seen in previous PMSLs where things get really dicey the entire time. The question is whether it's really worth it or not, and I think teams haven't quite figured that part out yet. I think there's still decisions to be made whether to send 3 in, get some points here and there, and just send 1 out towards the center of the circle. There's decisions from certain teams. I mean, Papua Supermassive did this where they actually profited quite a lot off of Rondo individually by playing a 4-man all the way through to the end game. They never really participated in those early fights, but they were still getting a lot of big points because by the time they got towards 80 minutes where they were stacked, they were looted, they were ready to roam around as 4, there was still around 50 players in the lobby. So you still have a lot of time to pick up those points.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm looking on the map at Regnokaya blank in the middle. And they are on a 2-2 split, currently looking at 2 recall beacons, and one of them just went up massively in value. I'm expecting that they've regrouped to the east now. No real reason to stay on that western side one. Get a move on, because you know that recall is so valuable for you. And Regnokaya want to keep that one under control. Alpha 7 still has 2, by the way, in the northwest side. And they are now near Virtus Pro. R8, they feel like, you know what, 6 points is enough. We'll crack on, lads. See you guys later. You'll stick around as 2 in the blue.
I mean, for Alpha 7, that second fight was really poor. The vision was that after that double knock, they were going to try and clear up the fight from there for R8 and deal with them. Unfortunately, there was a quick response from their side, and suddenly Alpha 7's plans get massively cut to shreds. Now they're sat on the outside edge, trying to move in. Real difficult maneuver now to make. I mean, they're passing through VP as well, and they sort of have to make a straight shot towards the circle if they want to catch a recall beacon in time and still have a chance to get some loot on board before you're transitioning towards those late game fights. I think it's tough for Alpha 7. I don't think that this initial match is going to go all that well for them whatsoever. Good shot from CEO over towards Soldus. Real quick put down from him.
Yeah, Kara, remember they lost a player earlier, and so they are staying as 3. They didn't break out to go for that recall. That's what I was talking about. Even though they are still available, they're kind of trapped in now. So Mad Balls being able to find that opener, really very valuable. And it looks like they are still under caution, but CEO, as you saw there, getting that knock over to Solus. That should be fairly resable. Uh-oh. Hoser has to live under the cover fire of his teammates there as Lemon nearly takes him down out of the rotate.
It's one of those tough things, and it's a good point to bring up, is that if you're knocked and flushed towards the center of the circle, typically you're not getting that player back up again. But there's also that thing that's talking to you in the back of your head, right? The evil voice that sometimes you get. That tells you that maybe you could go for a recall beacons. I think that is something that you kind of have to disconnect from your mindset in these games. If you're going down towards the center, you have to play on as 3. Yes, there's a possibility you can play on as 4, but does that possibility pose more risks? Most likely. So I think that teams do struggle with this idea of making those bold plays. I think if you go down to 1 or 2 players, I think it's absolutely fine to try and go for one of those maneuvers. It's probably not going to work out, but if it does, you salvage the game off the back of it. But I think playing as 3 is absolutely fine if you are center.
Ooh, nades over the top. This is Kara down to 2 now as Wolves took their 3rd player out. So it's just Lewis and CEO, and nade bounces on the backboard, and it manages to land on target. The circle shifts out to the side, so this has the hurry up on the fight, and I think that Mad Balls is just going to be able to close this one down here and now. CEO, though, has something to say. A nade out through the door, stops first breach, gives him a little bit more time to play with. Teams are going to be leaving from around them, so not too much danger of third party, as nades start to bounce on in, and he goes down to the bombardment in the basement. Too much to handle. CEO, you're
कहाँ है भाई ओजी है किधर?
Given the old basketball maneuver there as well, bounced it off the floor into his face. I love that nade. You don't see those all that often. This is very messy right now. And I mean, we didn't really talk about the circle too much, but this has shifted over towards the eastern side. There is a lot of space down towards the southern edge of Yeongu right now on Jidana City that is available. This circle could push towards as well. Most teams are sat down towards Tulang right now on the south side. huge amount of water involved. It's a very uncomfortable circle, very, very uncomfortable. And you can tell that just by this terrain that you're looking at right here. It's, you know, small divots to play in, small defiles you can set up, but other than that, very rough. And I mean, this is where you really want to be able to use the destructible terrain to your advantage, right? Being able to bomb out some of these areas with the nades, create those small craters is going to be very, very useful. More so than this is having buildings like GS. That does make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, that's a big advantage right now. Coming in through on that south side, a little bit closer to Tuling. I think the teams on the south are going to have a little bit cleaner of a time for now, but I think as things move forwards, it is the teams further up towards the north where Thundertalk were playing before, and well, actually where DXavier are trying to send towards right now. You can see they're trying to get around the edge of this one, regroup onto Lambor, who is their northmost point blank. They're 3 players behind, and they are sending it forwards. They managed to find a sliver through. This is good scouting coming through for DXavier. They find themselves on the coastline on a nice little plateau.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And for DXavier as well, there's always this chance to move over towards that northeast side and try and cross the water if the circle does shift towards the northeast. It's there's a chance there. I'm not going to say it's like a startlingly large possibility, but it is one of those positions you do need to be aware of, which is quite like DRX's spot. They haven't set themselves up for a massive elim game, but should the circle move over towards the eastern side, they have the bridge to work around, and also they could just gatekeep if they wanted to, and that's where they could pick up a lot of eliminations in the chaos and the panic that ensues after a circle like that. But as usual, I'm going to set all this up, and we are not going to go
डिफेंसिव
towards the
कोयल
eastern
है
side,
ना
so
उसे
I will
मुझे
talk
किधर
about it
रह
until that
गया
happens. In the meantime, Thunder Talks over towards
इधर
the
है
central
इतना
arena,
अरे
like you said,
साला फिर
alongside
जोन चला गया
with
दूर
DXavier. Well, maybe I do need to talk about it. Completely undefined, right? Completely undefined. I'd say it was slightly more over towards that northeastern side in terms of land. But yeah, I think that you just have to, you pretty much have to stick to your guns here. If you're out for 7, you are having a great time off the back of this. Mad Bulls
ओ तेरी
moving into GK.
ओ
Very,
वन
very bad stuff here happening for them. But luckily, Flips on the
गया
outside.
मैट
Wonderful
गया
off-angle player, but he's got 2 enemies to deal with here in front of
3
him.
नॉक है ना मैट
Safji
का
and Ragnarok.
ओ भाई उड़ा
Flip
दिया
can get done here. He's very good when it comes to the clutches, usually, for Mad
अरे
Bulls.
Oh, Ragnarok rolls on in and finds the 2 players. So I think there might have been 3
नेड
in the
एक
middle
नेड
there
एक
for
नेड
Mad
ए
Bulls. Flip with a nade
गया
on in, looking to try and stop
एक नेड
Ragnarok from
प्रॉपर
doing any more
डालेगा
damage
गिरेगा
here. But the
नॉक
rest of
होगा
his
फिर
team has
वापस
melted. He might be an off-angle
ये
player,
गया
but now
वापस
he is the
बहुत
anchor.
बढ़िया
And we'll have to try and
ए
find
मैट
something. A
Nice.
real big re-knock there as Ragnarok actually has to send around the edge, but fortunately he is kowtowed down behind as Regnum Kaya chime into the fight. There's off angles everywhere, Blank. This is the messy area we were talking about. This northern road, so difficult.
That's a bold push. Very, very bold push from Flip here. He's been taking a little bit of damage from behind, hoping this nade goes through. Regnum Kaya completely stymieing his approach. I think it's a very smart play from Ragnarok as well to immediately switch back over towards the rest of the team. It put the pressure on Flip in a big way,
बचा भाई
where he had
वन
to
एच
speed
अरे
up
यार
his
उजी का नॉक हो
gameplay,
गया थंकी
accelerate
नॉक
a
हो
little
गया
bit because it meant his teammates dying. And Ragnarok might just get, I think getting the full team res is going to be a bit difficult. Maybe if he cleaned this up slightly sooner. There's a slight indecision here, and now Regnum Kai should be able to clean up the pieces nice and easily.
There we go. They are indeed eliminated. Regnum Kaya now up to 5 elims. They've lost one of their players, but there's still plenty of firepower for them to play with, and 5 points is not a bad game by any stretch. Now, we head over to the route out of Jejina City, the bridge mouth here where E-Arena have sat. DRX were up in the buildings for a long time, and now they want to exert more control over the area and get past this E-Arena blockade on this northeast side. But R8 are pushing in from the west. They're already up to 7 elims, Blank. They've had a hot start to the game, and they want to continue taking out Hyunbin like it's nothing.
Hyunbin going down is pretty problematic. I mean, Hyunbin's probably one of DRX's better players as well. So him going out early there is pretty tough. Soaz now has a very, very big task ahead of him. But I would say that, you know, probably second best on the team here for the squad. Is able to take out one, making this into a 3v3 versus R8. Now, R8 could continue the warpath here since taking down the Brazilian squad in Alpha 7. Look to push out
दे
now.
भाई DRX
There is enemies
ले
all around
दिया
them.
अरे हट
Ooh, giving them the quick start steps, but it's not going to phase them at all. All right, have been through the ringer already, and they know
ओजी
the
को
tricks of the
जोन तो
trade.
थोड़ा
They'll
सा
move
मिला
up to the
हुआ है,
north
चलो
side
ठीक
now
है.
because Arena
इधर
are
से पीछे
struggling
से बैक
against
स्टैप
one. They
करेगा
get
ये
matched up
R8
across the road. What on earth just
DR.
happened over there? All right,
ये तो
the
आपस में लड़
major
रहा है, चलो
profit
ठीक है.
makers though
इधर से
on
किल
this
ले सकता है
engagement on the
ओजी.
south side with IQ over the horizon. They continue to push up north.
Yeah, I mean, disgusting Molotov going through from QXE. He's able to find a lot of damage. Luckily, Prestige is able to move around the side, get the backstab.
बढ़िया, इधर से ले
Putting up
सकता
a
है आरपी को,
valiant fight.
R8 को.
Well, I don't know what to say here. This is such an evil circle to start off the day. In fact, just to start off PMGC in general. And Alpha 7 get incredibly lucky with this one. I think there's that's the play you have to make if you're a two-man squad, is you head to the unknown side of the map, which in this case is northeast. But they get so lucky this continuing to be in the circle in stage 5.
पानी
Stage
बीच
5,
में भाई
you usually assume in
कैसे
the circle you
जाएगा.
can pick one of two land masses to go to. But because this has been so central each time, the algorithm basically just says, well, we just have to split.
चला भाई
Yeah,
W
it's a real nasty circle right
पड़ेगा
now.
इसको, WDL को
At the
पड़ेगा
start
इधर
of the
से.
game
किधर
playing like
TT में
that
फंस
makes you
गया
think
भाई.
that Alpha 7 do need
TT
to
में
have
घुस
a
गया.
little bit of an uptick on performance there. As a rotate comes through for the Wolves, they're trying to crash on in. They do not have any other option. Thunder Talk are going to be on the defense here. Plenty of teams trying to crunch their way through, as well as R8 try and move up north towards the IQ position, but they are finally falling. With 12 elims though, they've already had a banger of a game. A nade onto the outside leaves just the one player
ओह
now
पड़ा
battling for Wolves
ओजी
alive
को
up
2
on the
फ्लैग
wall,
मिल गया. बढ़िया.
dancing around,
Come on.
trying to find an opening, but it's not being presented. Thunder Talk playing solid, stalwart on their
भाई
defense.
अकेले कितना को
There's
मारेगा.
nothing doing.
ओ
Now he's at
तेरी
long
2 को
range with
नॉक
the
किया.
shotgun, and
शिट.
he's got to keep the lead pouring out.
बढ़िया.
It's not going to be enough to get all three, but goodness me, it was close.
ओजी टॉप 9
I
में आ
mean,
गया
it's
विथ
the correct
3
move.
kills
It's the
एंड
correct
3
move
men
from
स्टैंडिंग है.
Thunder Dogs. It was slightly less
ओजी को जोन
glamorous
है
than they
क्या?
were hoping potentially, but it is the right move. Is to
जोन
send
दिखा
3
भाई.
out on a quick spin there to take down Baton, because the way he was running around, I think they realized that they were just going to be wasting nades, sending them out the window, hoping for something like that. If they get this done right now, it means they can have a lot more pressure over towards the future. DXA played a blinder here on this game, moving over towards that northeastern position after seeing that circle and getting it done so effectively. APG with some good nades as per usual, but one is sent back their way.
ओजी वेट कर
It's
सकता थोड़ा सा.
Scarface as well as Kedge.
टॉप 8 में
Huge
टॉप
amount of damage
7
there.
में
APG down to just
आ जाए तो,
Doc on a sliver of
क्योंकि ये लोग तो
HP.
आपस में लड़ रहा. और
Talked
जोन
about it
ओजी
a
के
lot
पास
earlier,
है
playing
या नहीं
DXavier,
है.
making that
शायद
rotate in has
कॉर्नर पे ही
really
है.
paid off. I mean, the circle's helped, but they have managed to maintain that position on the north side
Yeah.
here.
ओ भाई
They are not across the
वर्टिकल
water.
गाड़ी
They
क्यों
are
चला रहा है?
still on that southwest side, and they are rotating through. They've had oversight on so many of these fights. I mean, we saw brilliant nades just then, but none of them really mattered for the teams throwing them because of so much pressure coming through from DXavier's position.
They have held a really nice 4-man split as well, which I'm sure the desk will talk about at some point. But being able to do that over towards that tree line is not easy. There's plenty of positions teams could backstab you from, but I think they were keeping tabs on the circle very, very well. And immediately, as you saw there, as soon as the team got anywhere close, that's where they
ये
started to open up.
R8 इधर से
VP,
कैसे पहुंच गया?
who did fantastically well within their own region.
टॉप
now
8 में
have
चलो
set
ठीक है,
themselves
आ
up
गया ओजी. बढ़िया.
beautifully on
3
this
किल हो
north
गया
side.
है.
They
3
were
मैन
the
ठीक है.
last to the
अब
circle
थोड़ा
as
सा
well. They were on a
जोन
similar
मिल जाए
trajectory
तो
to
बढ़िया.
Alpha 7, so both teams had similar ideas here. But in their case, VP has 4 players as opposed to Alpha 7's 2, so has a much larger chance at taking this game. I think for DXavier, it's a tall task ahead of them, right? They need to take down most of the teams on the western side. Then they need to get an initial knockover towards Virtus Pro to
R8
enable even a
12
swing
kills.
to take place.
नाइस. अच्छा
I
सिंगल
think
है
if
वो.
you
मतलब जोन ही
were
लिया उसने.
to
सेव
put
खेल
money
रहा
on
है.
this match, fake Monopoly money, of course, you'd probably be betting that on VP.
ओजी पे चढ़ गया भाई. GS
Yeah, I think that is
ओ
the smart
ए
money right
आरू
now.
फंस
I
गया.
think you might be right on that one. IQ
Aru,
trying to
अरे
leave.
Aru कुधर?
GS dropping down, trying to find one of their backstops, and they will be able to do so fairly simply. I mean, the rotate necessary coming through from IQ. They're rotating up, and Prestige, who did
आर
manage
को
to
निपटा
get
दिया,
out of
बढ़िया.
this one,
आर
does
को एलिमिनेट
finally
कर दिया.
fall down.
एक किल और आया ओजी का,
Unfortunately,
मगर
IQ, and
आरू
they'll stop at 13 elims
ठीक
back,
है, 2
almost 50%.
बचा है,
That's
तो
what
अभी
this match have come
जोन ले
through
लिया.
from Alpha 7.
बढ़िया.
Pretty fantastic, if you ask me.
टॉप
Thunder Talk now
7
pushing
में
in
विथ
as well from the
7
Western edge.
4 किल्स ना. चलो बढ़िया.
They're looking to push
बाकी
through
तो जोन पे ही
APG.
सब
Top and Doc were
अटका
able to
पड़ा
get
है,
back
तो
into
ये तो
position.
इधर
It's a
फंसेगा.
cracking
चलो टॉप
nade,
6 में आ गई,
lot of
बढ़िया,
splash
बहुत सही.
damage on that bad boy. Flashed his own teammate, but he had eyes on. That was the main thing, right? He had eyes on, so the flash didn't matter. They mainly flashed Doc there.
चलो टॉप 5 आ गया.
Shocking
अब
there,
5
you know,
किल्स,
and
बहुत
just
बढ़िया.
rolling on in.
लेट्स गो.
Big
अरे विज
bang,
गॉड
yeah.
नॉक हो गया.
They know where the player is.
किधर से
Throw
पड़
this
रहा है
in
विज
here.
गॉड
If
को?
you're both flashed and only one of you knows where the other one is, that's an
ओजी
easy win.
टॉप
So
5
look at
में
this, Alpha
Yeah.
7. They've managed to find some
एक
damage very
बचन.
early
एक के
against
ओपी,
the
एक के ओपी
Talked
भाई.
about them before.
थोड़ा सा भाई
Now
आराम
here
से
we
खेल
are
जा भाई,
with
तू
them
छुपा रहे.
being given
इनको लड़ जान दे.
a massive amount of circle luck to keep themselves in this one.
What
इनको
a lot
लड़ने
from
दो आपस में.
Barraging.
एक के ओपी बस
Very
पानी में
level-headed
आप
there. But Thunder Talks get up effectively.
मछली बन के तैर जाओ.
And DXAV have nothing to say about it. 7 elims so far for the Thunder Talks. And overall, I would say the team play is phenomenal this game. I've been very impressed with maybe not the mechanical skill, but the decision making overall has been very, very good from Thunder Talks.
Xavier with 2 players now, holding off against 3. But as Lamball to fall, leaving just Nate T left. He is closer to the water, and Thunder Talk do need to move on in, move a little bit closer here as the nades continue to roll on out. This is a bit more of a difficult push now. Virtus Pro may have oversight to some of these
DX
side
का एक ही
angles that
बचा ना.
Thunder Talk are going to
चलो
want
ये
to use
गया.
to
अरे
approach this
बच गया.
situation, so it could be a
इधर
little
से
bit
नॉक में
harder.
बच गया
That
इधर भी.
deployable cover as well, airdropping on
हो
in,
गया.
giving them that
चलो
concrete
टॉप 4
barrier,
में.
keep them
बढ़िया.
safe, but
लेट्स गो
Alpha
टीम
7,
इंडिया.
they're still alive,
लेट्स
by the
गो.
way, and they've taken down DX Xavier.
बहुत प्यारा.
That's an annoying one for Thunder Talks. I think they were just about to get that knock as well. But Alpha 7 salvaging this
टॉप
game as
4
best
में है.
as possible. I think
चलो
it's
जोन भी
really,
अपन का ही है. बस
doable for this.
ये लोग इधर से वीपी है, A7 है, और यहाँ से टीटी
Yeah,
है.
this is rude. It's very rude. Thunder Talks might win this game. I might be wrong.
सब देख लेगा इसको तो.
I think for Virtus Pro, I mean, all things considered, this absolutely made sense
इधर
for
से
Virtus Pro to win this
अल्फा
game.
7 देख रहा है, उधर
I
से
think
वीपी
that
देख रहा है.
I would be lying to myself to say that I made a mistake there. I don't think I did. I think it's just a case of the circles messing with us all right now. But for Thunder Talks, I'm going to go ahead and say that I think that just off the back of this game, there's been multiple moments where I thought that the team play is very, very good, which is usually something that is quite present in Chinese teams anyway, is that their team play is very, very good, but they're backing up with very, very quick maneuvers. So I quite like this from Thunder Talks. Virtus Pro immediately know they need to move across. I don't like
पानी में
that
तैर
Thunder
के इधर आ
Talks
गया.
are holding the water
वीपी टीटी
aggressively
के साथ.
here, and I think that they're worried to go too far forward and expose themselves to angles from Alpha 7. But that does get Malai as well as Milky Way up with the 2 backstops in Aragon as well as Voston just watching their approach. Very well done. Very, very well done.
Yeah, I think this is really well played by Virtus Pro, and I think you're right on that. Alpha 7 off angle suppressing Thunder Talk on the western side. Just a note on the circle on the minimap, it's slightly offset from where it actually is. It's a little bit further southwest than this, so it is actually centered up into the water here. It does look like it gives more of an advantage to the southwest coastline, but that is not the case. It's really nasty. It's really nasty to everyone involved here.
बस 30 सेकंड और
And,
देखो
I mean,
कहाँ
Alpha
जाता है.
7,
अल्फा
they
7
might
का
also
कितना
have a
लोग
chance
हैं?
in this
अल्फा
one,
7
Frank,
का
which is
2 है,
crazy.
ओजी का 1 बचा. अरे यार
Yeah,
टीटी के
teams are
3 है, वो
difficult
भी
rotate out for them,
ओपी
so
की साइड ही है.
Yeah,
definitely the
उधर
outside
जाने
chance.
में
I mean,
दिक्कत
teams
होगा.
are bruised up
ऊपर
and
जाएगा
cut
तो
up, and I
अल्फा
think
7
that
उसको
you'd be,
टारगेट करेगा.
I think you'd be okay saying that Alpha 7 has a chance in this game, because I am kind of concerned that there's a case where this game is all down to chance now on this next circle shift, the last one of the game. We'll see where it goes. Goes down towards the southwest. People are looking fairly happy, but I can't quite tell where that is on the mini map. I'm waiting for the map feed to update here, but that does head back over towards Voston as well as Aragon ish.
जोन कट गया ना, AQP पे एक और जोन है ना,
do have the edge here.
PT ऊपर जाएगा अब,
Just
PT ऊपर
about.
जाएगा तो
It's
उधर से VP देगा
really
उसको,
difficult though. You
ये
can
दोनों
see the
आपस में
open
लड़ेगा।
beachhead that sits in
AQP
front
बस
of them.
तुम लेटर हो,
And they have to
बढ़िया,
get over this next ridge line and play on
उठना
nothing,
नहीं है,
really, which is
हिलना भी
difficult,
नहीं है।
really, really tricky. The
अल्फा
circle
7
closes
को इधर से
central
आगे
lane, which
जाना
is
है,
actually in
ये
the
भी
water.
एक्सपोज हो
I think
जाएगा,
it's time for
उधर
a swim.
VP से VP 2 लोग को उधर देख लेगा। टॉप 2 में आने के
think it
चांसेस
might
तो
be time
हैं,
for
ये
a
लोग
swim.
अगर आपस में लड़ जाए तो।
Certainly for IQ.
But India getting themselves at least top 4 to start
अरे
things off with.
TT ले
But
गया
a cop
यार।
has been discovered by a detective in King.
चलो कोई बात नहीं, टॉप 4 आए अपन 5 किल्स ना, चलो बढ़िया।
Be able to take him down. 3 teams now remain.
VP का ही
4
चांसेस
players of
लग
Virtus
रहा
Pro.
है।
They're split 2 and 2. A nade here could be dangerous. Could cause themselves to bleed out a little bit further.
नेट तो
But
जाएगा
this
नहीं,
is the
बहुत
time that
आगे
Virtus
है।
Pro are going to use to flex out. They're really needing to control Alpha 7 here. And Thunder Talk can't take shots over towards their backstop with these front 2 playing it. Virtus Pro
और आ
playing on
गया,
a knife's edge right now, but it's
ये
working.
ये
And
नॉक
a
होगा
nade
अब,
over the top, over
गया।
towards Xing. Milky Way might drop down into the path of the nade, but the work has already been done. AJ getting taken down to the last player to stand for
अल्फा
them.
7
And the players across
ले
the lane,
गया
Carrillo
पूरा।
is chiming in too.
That's so
Thunder
dumb.
Talk up against the wall, and Virtus Pro have played this masterfully.
I mean, you might have a 2v2 here, though, between Alpha 7 and Virtus Pro going over towards that end game, depending on how
ले,
AJ
TT
plays
पे
out
निपटा
these
दिया।
final moments. A lot of indecision there coming through from Thunder Talks. And there you go. This is exactly what I was talking about. Aragon now has to hit the deck. There is shots
VP
from the
कर चुके हैं
sideline.
भाई,
Skur has to
जैसे
be
ही 2
clean with
लोग
this
गए
one.
उधर
He
से
is
हुआ है।
not. And Malloy is providing support. Carrillo with it all down to him now in these final
ले,
moments.
दे दिया।
And he will
And it
not be
will
able to
not
meet
be
the mark.
enough.
Virtus Pro able to claim that Northern Shore on a deadly circle on Rondo Blank to kick us off. Alpha 7, I mean, they played like lemmings at the start of the match, but they claimed second place off a big shift up to the northeast side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would call that a big win for Alpha 7. It's a bit of a salvage game. But let's head back over to the desk to see what they had to think about this one.
for a second there, Hot Tricks. You need to mention Thundertalk. Like, those guys, 15 points right out of the gates here for the PL region. Little plateau area, and their zoning capabilities were just second to none. They were so efficient at making sure they were creating space for themselves to transition later on in that game. Thundertalk, going to see more of this because this is the Thundertalk you expect to see coming forward after their PL season.
And their quick decision making, I think, really showed off right here because you saw D Xavier in a really dominant position, but Thunder pushed on them and took them. Ended up with 15, but it's all Malloy here. It's 70 damage. What a great start here for this team, Max. They're using the rest of the top 4 players, and I'm not surprised we see, of course, one of the Thunder top players right here.
Mill to power for to represent them in the finals, but if any of them is going to make, I think DK is definitely one of those squads that I'm going to be paying very close attention to.
Yeah, and I also think that maybe in PMGC and
Hello. Yes. Check, check.
So GS, not a bad start for them. APG were fighting over this in the test matches as well. It's interesting to see this one come back against. This was a little engagement that was taking place multiple times during scrims. Looks like it wasn't going to be. Both teams kind of were going back and forth on this. APG were winning a couple of times, GS were winning a couple of times themselves. So it really was undecided who would be able to take this one. You also got Geek over towards Nova Repnoya as well. So it's certainly a difficult scenario now for APG as well as GS. Who's going to be winning off the back of this one? I mean, APG down to 3 players, GS still at 4. So the ball is in their court realistically.
No recall beacons for Doc this time around. Zjol biding his time. Reefer's ticking up slowly on the stims. Icon puts the pin back in the nade. Missteps a lot more costly here on Erangel, obviously. Taking that recall beacon away. Alpha 7 far flung from the thick of it right now over towards Lipovka, heading up towards the north. And given the circle, I think that's probably the right choice. The circle did pop all the way up to shooting range. Long road for these two teams. They need to conclude pretty soon if they want to get in with a chance of actually having a decent shot to the circle.
9 points हैं ठीक है सबसे टॉप में
Definitely a long journey, and there's no recall beacons anymore to assuage those problems. APG is kind of stuck here now too, because you can't really make the backstep over towards the hillside behind them, very exposed. Once you move out that way, GS, all they have to do is head over towards the roof and start taking shots. So APG's sort of locked into this fight. It's a long journey up north as well, with the circle setting up over towards shooting range. It's unideal.
Zhol. He's been hiding behind this wall for a while now. I don't know if they know about it, but if they get up to that high ground, they will. Can't really move up to the roof. It's just so exposed, and you don't really know fully where Reefus is. Nade from D3S. I think they know he's behind the wall now. Long nade. Don't think that tagged too much damage, but Zhol had to reposition, and the footsteps give it away. They know where they're playing now. A stunner out wide to slow down a push that didn't come through for GS. And Alpha Gaming still just holding, playing as 3. Top off in the distance as well. A Molotov out on the door. It just keeps just at bay. Time and time again, it feels like every single time GS is stepping forwards, but they're just getting rebuffed.
It's very much a stalemate fight. And again, it's one of those things where APG has to commit to this now, where if GS want to keep dropping on them over towards military, then APG need to make it as hellish as possible going forward. If you want to keep dropping here, we won't leave. Even if you take down one of us, we will remain, and we're going to make your lives very tough. Which is a bit of a stubborn approach, but I think APG and stubbornness go hand in hand anyway.
Yeah, I think that's...
But it's the start of the tournament. So they've got plenty of time to convince other teams not to come here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they want to get up towards the top 7 in Gauntlet, which really is the ultimate goal of these teams here, they do need to try and get that one shifted a little bit further down the pipeline as fast as possible in the next 3 days. See what more they can earn. Erangel, obviously a major feature of these days, with a 50% of your matches played on the grassy pastures. Taking a look at the points right now, I mean, R8 with 13, which is crazy on that first match, despite going down fairly early on in the overall standings. I think it was 6th or 7th or something on the placements. But Virtus Pro and Thunder Talk just a little bit ahead of that. And the fact that Alpha 7 got 9 in the end boggles the mind. Kara moving parallel now to the so-called hometown heroes right now. Certainly the only representative from the hometown in the Gauntlet stage. We'll be seeing Vampires in the finals as well. But Irina going to be moving alongside Kara.
Joker just watching this unfold. They pass on by, which isn't great, to be honest with you, for E-Arena. I think I would have rather have got moving a little bit early with Kara, taking a proactive approach there. It does set up a bit of a landmark that's going to block off E-Arena when they start to come through. VP also will be making a bit of a rotation over towards the north side. Brown Stalba likely. APG regress over towards GS.
APG के साथ कौन है? GS. GS है. पड़ेगा इसको लेगा इधर से.
Reefus
गया GS गया.
with the pump action. Alpha Gaming taking a little bit more ground back under control in the long building, but they left a backstop in the cupboard there, and 2 players go down immediately as well. It's getting turned around, it's getting traded off. It's chaos on the inside here, Blank, but Alpha Gaming managing to stand tall amongst it. The push back in has worked. They are making it hellish indeed. There's Jafar now, the last player to stand for GS. Spots Reefus ducking down behind the box and has to head up the stairs instead to stay safe. The blue zone is ticking away. It's slow, but it's there. The dropout from Jafar into a 1 versus 1 now, and Alpha Gaming and GS still toe-to-toe in C block. The bomb action through the window. He gives them the do-si-do and puts them back in the lamp.
I mean, the one tap as well is pretty impressive. Coming through from Jafar. And their wish is granted, like you say. Military base is theirs. APG do go down. They do lose a lot for it, though. Only 4 elims and only 2 players remaining off the back. Thunder Talk over towards the north side compound, just the west of Severny. I actually don't mind this position at all. Quite like it on our screens right now. A lot of capability for maneuvers later on, which is good stuff. And it shifts down towards the southwest side, where DRX is currently playing on the dead trees. Zaki for Alpha 7's an interesting one.
They started at the vodka.
They have been cowed.
Well, fine. You know what? I mean, they sent there early, right? And they're going to have to play from that northwest side. GK moving on in on the east edge with Ulf. Just to their south up in the hills, you can see The ridge lines, the trees, the terrain play here will inevitably be incredibly crucial. As DRX look to regroup, Alpha 7 poking their noses in too, but Carrillo, he's turned away. Spots too much danger for his liking. Waits for the rest of his team.
It's a good time for Alpha 7 to move. I mean, you said it started in Lipovka, moved over towards here. You're getting a lot of value off the back of this one with the circle moving over towards that western side. Geeky currently on our screens. Moving through the center of the circle, but no real position to stay right now. The arena finally made that move from the western coast. They are on the south side. Kara is still posing a bit of a threat to them, being a little bit annoying, but Marceau having to swim here does give free reign now for E Arena to push over towards that eastern side. Potentially even past the Xavier. Kind of like their split. 2 and 2 across the roadside, tucked in over towards the hillside on the east.
I'm confused about what Marceau's doing right now. Because Kara have got control of the bridge. Fully. He just fancied a swim. He wanted to go back to the last game. He's like, oh, we went in the final circle. I want to be in there. Nah, just get on to North George. Come on. Kick up the pace. Regnum Kaya, they are slap bang center, but they're in a bit of a divot here with a lot of oversight from on the surrounds. It's going to be difficult to move away from this, but it's very central, which is the big positive of that spot. They'll be able to play on from there. The DXavier 2-2 split to their south flank as well is a big threat to them, but could be a bit difficult for DXavier to hold. We'll see if they have more success than they did against Thundertalk from the last match.
Honestly, I loved Thundertalk gameplay from that last match. And I think that it is definitely difficult to deal with a team that is very coordinated like that. I want to see more from them. I mean, 15 points already is a really, really good start. And for Thundertalks to get into that top 7 will be a big boon for their region. Alpha 7 starting to cross from that field on the western side, but still really difficult to determine where you want to play on this circle. It's not amazing spots all around. I think even moving down this way, you're very, very tough to find decent spots to play now. I think a lot of teams are going to shift over towards that western side, try and play the east edge of Georgia Pole. Burst Pro up against Thundertalks once again. Like you said, sighting does go down, but for their troubles, they're at least able to find one.
They're able to get... Oh, Virtus Pro able to claim a point there. Thundertalk not so lucky, and IQ are tagging onto the back as well. King going down, should be flushed out. Going to be real tricky to make that one work. Rectum Kaya holding their central spot as well, defending as they move. Sorry, they're not holding. They sent all the way down to the south coast. Goodness me. Okay, a big rotate coming through in the midst of it. They give up the position a bit further up the hill and instead take control of the roadsides blank, which slither through the middle of this next circle. A lot of control for Regnum Kaya still.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about Regnum Kaya other than that initial push from last game. But definitely a team that we're expecting big things from in the future, and already a very, very good position on this map to play around with across the roadside. It is going to require a little bit of gusto from them to hold on to this spot, but I think that Regnum Kaya can make it happen. R8 currently playing box, which is not a bad position at all. I think for E Arena, it looks better than it actually is over on this south side. It's going to be kind of tough to move across that open ground, even past all four DXavier or Wolves even holding on that north side. So I think for E Arena, they may struggle slightly.
ठीक है.
Alpha 7 trying to dodge the spray downs. Looks successful for now.
फाइट ले रहा है ये लोग तो. कारा और वीपी का.
Kara moving in from that western side, slowly moving through North George. Marceau did finally get toweled off after his swim under the George Bowl Bridge. And now they'll have to try and move further east with Virtus Pro and Alpha 7 in the way, though.
Alpha 7 को वो करेगा.
That is going to be tricky, and the blue zone is starting to hurt now into stage 3, closing in 39 seconds to stage 4. That's where it starts to become impossible to play inside that blue, and they're kind of caught in the crux of it, Blank. I think Kara not long for this one.
I mean, they didn't have a bad spot to play around with. They even got ahead of the issue with Arena. Like, the initial rotates from Kara were good. Yeah, getting torn to pieces by Virtus Pro a little bit here has been pretty rough, at least.
एक बचा वीपी का
They
ओजी
should be
को
able to get
बढ़िया
the plays
नदन
back up
जोन
in action.
नदन एज पे है थोड़ा सा नदन से
Next move, right? What's the next step here? How do we move Knight from here? Because I think that they're likely not taking a win at this one, and it is more checkmate on their side of things right now. Regnum Kaya pushing over towards the bridge. Actually, unironically, a very good position. Looks bad. Is pretty good.
I mean, yeah, right now it is brilliant cover, brilliant hard cover. The downside is that R8 are sort of just around the corner. Could be difficult if nades start to pour on through. In the meantime, this northwest side is getting treacherous. DRX moving on through, and Alpha 7 clashing with them. They stayed back from the fight for quite a while. They moved all the way out to Zaki on a wide wrap from Lipovka. And now they're starting to push towards the circle. Kara spreading out in a line behind them might prove to be a difficult obstacle. And Obscure going down means DRX are starting to turn the tides of this fight. A second knock found as well. And really not too much damage seen in response towards DRX.
I mean, that's one way to do it, right? Is if you can't quite see your target, you just blindly spray through the smoke and typically gets the job done. I think for Kara, they're so far on the outside of the circle that, yeah, it was only a matter of time before this started to happen. DRX still trying to put the pain on over towards Alpha 7. He's out, moving off in the distance. Tanky gets taken down. Quick jump into the vehicle from DRX. Can I say slightly low, but is healing. I do think for Regnum Kari, it's not actually that bad between them and R8, because the chances... right now, at least, I think the chances that R8 leaves box in the relative safety of those outside windows right here to take shots or nades down towards Regnum Kaya, very slim. I think for Regnum Kaya actually working pretty well in tandem with R8.
Ooh, Ragnarok. Doing a lot of work for Geeky there as well on that northeast side. IQ cut down. Still going with a little bit more gas in the tank, but you don't imagine that they've got too much more for Orangutan. It is going to be a difficult move now with one player left. Marso's in as well, but he's taking fire from across the way. I think that's Thundertalk. I think that may be Regnum Kaya if they step up on that south side that they've managed to move out for an outpost with. Loxy, I mean, he spotted this cross. This is, oh, a nice little pickup there. A little bit too bold from Loxy, in fact, there as R8 spot him on an off angle.
I don't really know why he pushed out so far.
Yeah,
he wants to take down the struggler there from Orangutan, but it's not meant to be. The Xavier, do you remove mad balls? Only 4 elims this game. Be taken down. Virtus Pro currently playing on the bridge alongside on that western edge, but Ulf has something to say about Aaron here. This team's actually really quite strong. I think that we haven't seen all that much out of Ulf recently, but Aaron does get clipped by the circle, and like you say, in stage 4 here will start to hurt quite a bit more than a zap, more like a proper taser on that side of things.
Yeah, he gets flushed out as well. Couldn't quite make it. Couldn't quite make the run. Ulf now a player down, not ideal, but they're on the Kobe. They can go way towards their advantage. It's going back up to that northern side blank. That gives the position for DX on the buildings a bit of potential here, and they were able to a lot of that area and play that ridgeline potentially further towards the south. This could be a pretty solid spot moving forwards for DX Xavier. It is lead that is going to be difficult. No one really tested on the north, so maybe that's going to give them an opening.
It's nice the circle does come over from the south and heads up. And DX Xavier do have a fairly strong spot to work with. Even they're trying to remove GS. GS3 on the backside of this building. They're being very vigilant clearing this one out, by the way. There's only two players. I mean, they have to be one to wrap around towards that north side. Two good grenades, but no dice on that.
पानी में क्या कर रहा है? ये भी टर्नी भी नॉक
Okay, crawling back to Sakura.
Yeah, yes.
I think find this res. Jafar not quite in position, and a big nade from Tony K gets that knock and almost immediately gets the flush there. As well, nicely found. Sakura gets that res, and E-Arena playing on now as 4, but they have to move up to the coastline here and into the waiting arms of R8, of Regnum Kaya. Mormon makes first approach and will get immediately backed off the angle. I think Marso's chiming in there as well. This is a really difficult rotate for E-Arena. I would be surprised if they make it unscathed.
If they can regroup on Mormon, sure. But we'll have to wait and see. Like you say, it's a tough rotate for them to make. Wolves now wrapping on DXavier on that northwest side. Let's see if DXavier are able to hold them off down the line of shields.
भाई ऊपर नीचे बैठा
It's
एक
a
गया एक पे
pretty
गया
good regroup.
इस बार दोनों
That is a fantastic nade.
बहुत
Honestly,
तेरी
an
Yeah,
air
इस
burst
बार तो
might
गया
have done the
दोनों
trick
knock
there.
हो गया
Silas
ना
has to do it all himself once again. With the double. Fantastic stuff. Zed Wolves goes a little bit too high, but Silas really throws the dazzler.
Sometimes the old dog doesn't need new tricks. Just play what you know. And the nade on target is brilliant for Silas.
टर्नी इधर से दे रहा है मगर उधर से
One of the longest standing veterans of the PUBG Mobile scene on the global stage. No one really has more experience than him. That's going to calm the nerves.
ओ भाई निकल गया
Mars
सामने
spray down towards Mormon. And E-Arena, I mean, I said I'd be surprised to see them make it
TT?
unscathed. They did make it, but they were not unscathed after that.
Good, good.
Silas saw to it, and now 2 of them have fallen, but they do manage to get into the next circle.
Good nade from Coops from up on high over towards DXavier. It's a good opening. And after that, instantly Doran's in as the front man from Romania. Very, very good stuff that he can bring to the table. Has always been a fantastic fragger, and now on a team that can really utilize his performance.
2 players from Wolves down. They managed to get an opening too, but that is not going to be enough there. It seems like DXavier can't hold off these pushes. Thunder Talk, and now Wolves have been able to take advantage of positions that seemed very, very strong. And with Wolves being able to pick up those 3 elims, now Geek are going to try and capitalize. One player does stay down. Doran is back up to his feet with a nade in hand. I'm surprised he's not going for that heal. There's that first knock, and Wolves look to hold off in a solid fashion where DXavier could not. Coops, I think he wanted to hop out the window there. Maybe a little bit too slow. Second time's a charm, but Hicksword goes down on the sideline. 3 players fall on the approach, but 3 in response, and it's up to Doran versus Saf. And now pushing onto the outside there. Doran loses one of his teammates. They are flushed away. It opens up for the door frame, but will be blasted back off its hinges.
Safji underneath. Ooh, trying to make his way back up the stairs here. Like you say, Doran, all down to him now. Nade in hand. This has to be a golden throw. And will head further down the stairs. Has one more to try and make it happen. Quick switches between the weapons. But teammates are starting to bleed out. Safji realizes he's just going to go for those elimination points. Pick those up where he can. Doran jumps out the window. Goes for a similar scenario. Takes down the entire team between the 2 of them.
G has to go for the reload there, but he's managed to get it in time. Oh no, the off angle comes through as well and forced into the fight. He wasn't ready for it. Wolves fall, and nobody can hold these buildings. GK very, very slow to be able to get out of this position as well. It's going to make their approach really tough. They're playing now as 2 players on that northern side. Regnum Kaya still in a great spot, and R8 as well, having a second really strong game to open the tournament.
जोन भी अभी है गाड़ी में बैठा है आरू
I mean, for R8, I've been... Well, again, I said it was unsurprising. I think they were a team that's improved a lot over the years. And they have remained steadfast between one another. So I do think they deserve all the prestige that they're requiring throughout this gauntlet. Good shot from Marth over towards Saf as he attempts to leave that position. Will explode on the vehicle there. Leaving Geek high and dry with just the 1 player in Kevin. Tries to make a move out. Marth's got his eyes that way too. Doesn't quite have his number though.
Not quite on the bead fully, unfortunately. Kevin gets a little bit further forwards. R8 regroup back down to the compound that they've held for a while now.
रेक के 4 हैं, R8 के 4
And
हैं ना,
continue
बाकी
their
के
solid
सबके
hold
1-1 हैं, टॉप 6
on
हैं,
the riverbank.
EA के 2 हैं.
Circle definitely north leaning, but Regnum Kai have been holding this 2-2 split for a while.
Geek का 1 अगर आता है
They
तो
like
फिर
these
तो
river
सही
splits.
है.
They've played quite significantly on
Zone,
them in
depend
these
करता है
sorts of
zone किधर है.
situations. And they played them pretty well in the
R8 को
past.
तो जोन में है जो
And they're
उसका
looking to do
अच्छा
just
है
the
जो.
same here. Mormon still
TT को
alive
एक
for
बंदा इधर
Arena.
है.
Tony K as well, off on that western side. The 2 players left.
सेंट्रल
The
सेक्टर
team
तो
from
आगे
Thailand.
तक मिलेगा. चलो एक
The
जोन
circle
तो और
pops.
मिल जाएगा इसको. R8 अंदर आएगा.
Towards the west. Still has a lot of water in this one as well. So getting
Red ले
flashbacks
सकता है.
over towards Rondo now. Thunder talks with their singular player looking to pump the placement points a little bit with their 18 from their
Geek को
last
था.
game. Very
Oh,
obvious
भाई
someone's in
साहब.
here, at least. Marth again, really not leaving Kevin
Oh, भाई.
alone.
ले गया R8.
Despite asking multiple times,
Top
Prestige gets
5.
an off angle on it and will pick him up. As the circle moves further towards that western
Top
side,
5
Regnum
में आ
Kaya
गया
get
अपन.
more and more of the advantage
India.
here. But I think that both Silas as well as Zed Wolf know they need to have a very, very strong hold towards the south side because this is the position that's going to allow them to take on R8 when they do eventually try and move in. But with E-Arena still around this area, that's what Silas as well as Zed Wolf are
ओ
definitely
भाई
most
साहब,
worried
तो पता है
about.
क्या गाड़ी में बैठा कोई? हील करा रू.
Orangutan, last player in the drink. Been hiding out for a while. Almost cost Loxy his life to try and pick that point up. See how much longer they can survive. R8 making that western push, the real big maneuver that has to happen here. The question is when. The question is what do they need to get in place to feel confident enough to go for this
R8 को
push.
तो जाना है.
Ida pushed off that rooftop
Zone
now. They have to keep marching forwards, regroup onto the tower and go from there. Regnum Kaya yet to really fully
EA के
chime
दो है
in
ना,
with
EA
force.
के इधर एक, हाँ, दोनों जोन में नहीं है.
AJ being a bit of a thorn in the
TT
side
जाएगा.
here. You see, I think as soon as AJ goes down, if Zed Wolf can find those shots with the Mini 14,
और वापस हील कर लिया, बढ़िया.
I think that's when Regnum Kaya can really start to leverage this.
R8 को जाएगा. रेग उतार दे ले.
All right, moving out, but Wild immediately finds the first shots on that one, which is
R8
a
को
good
पीछे
pickup.
हो गया.
Looking behind him as well. I mean, very, very good awareness
Zone
on this
पकड़
one,
लिया
but
था उसने.
minimal ammo to work with. No nades, realistically, here. Orangutan still holding strong. R8 just about get themselves in a position to start sending nades, but Wild evades every single one of them.
आरो पे जोन नहीं है क्या?
M79 out of the smokes now as E-Arena looks to move across. How was he not down? Goodness me.
Oh dear, Tony
Yeah,
K
tough
takes a
spot.
lot of damage as well.
Tough
And
spot,
it
huh?
is going to be maintained on that south edge. Regnum Kaya now playing with 2 on that south side. Don't go down as well. A knock there would have been really nasty for them, but they keep it going. Loxy, close to Marth, close to Ida, close to Prestige. Orangutan still just with their solo representative as well. Just clinging on there. On
Yeah.
the off
Oh
angle,
boy,
down
क्या
under the
नहीं.
bridge. Playing down in the dark. Wild somehow doesn't go down to that nade. Felt like I went off right in his ear. And Prestige strikes out towards the south side. And Silas is going to fall. Zed Wolf now needs to pick him back up as Marth continues to move on over. Spots a leg, spots 2, and clocks the shot. Able to take down Loxy. Regnum Kaya faltering on their hold now. They play too timid, Black. They haven't been allowed to do what they wanted here. And Wild needs to stay alive, but can't. Another nade. And there's a Mori finding the shots onto
बढ़िया,
Silas.
top
Zed
3,
Wolf now the last
बढ़िया.
to stand. Will give it a good
चल.
go, but it's not going to be
आरू
enough.
आजा जोन
Pulls
पे आजा.
out and will go down. Regnum Kaya eliminated in 4th.
आरू जोन
I
पे
can't
आजा.
believe Regnum Kaya
TT
loses
साला
that. I mean,
एक
they
था
did
ना, नहीं, TT के
everything
दो
they
थे.
needed to do, which was to take out E-Arena, clear some space on that side, and then push over towards R8. But R8 have really been putting on a clinic during
R8
this
का तो
game.
चिकन है.
Very fantastic play from inside of box
और
compound.
TT
Never
के
straying
दो
too
हैं.
far away from their safety.
दूसरा तो है.
When it came
TT
down
का
to
भी
it,
एक
this
हो
has
भाई
been
साहब.
a really, really
वो
good
लेगा,
haul in
इसको लेगा.
terms
टॉप
of
2 में आएगा
playing from
अपन
one
तो. ये
position to the
बढ़िया,
next.
आरू बढ़िया. टीम इंडिया.
Muff! Oh my
Two,
God!
top two,
I
भाई
think he'll
साहब.
give his life for it, but you don't really care.
My goodness me, what a
Kata
stylish way
bhai,
to close
kata.
that. R8, they were on
Yeah,
the warpath in
team,
Rondo, and
let's
they wanted
go.
more. A bigger slice of the PMGC pie. That is a massive game for R8. They held the box compound and nobody could deal with it.
That is some silly stuff. I mean, I think I've seen Moth do that twice this game, by the way. But you don't expect it in those final moments. You really do not expect it in these final moments. What a way to finish the game. And Orangutan, once again, gets some decent placement points.
It's
Think about that fight.
It was all down to SafG, really. SafG, I think it was actually a 250, 300-meter third party from a distance between Wolves and Xavier. It's like, well, I got an easy angle there. It's so flat around the compound, I'm instantly going to take it up. And when he gets knocks, they regroup, send it forward, and get a really good cleanup. It was down to just a solo, I believe, on both sides between SafG and Dorian, and luckily enough, SafG wins it. But I like to see DK being this opportunistic in these third-party opportunities, so keep it up, because right now, Mina, they're coming out swinging, not just R8, but GK too, and I want to see more of that moving forward.
Yeah, I want to see more of that as well. I want to see more of that last play that we saw from Marth. Oh my goodness. If you guys could, we were in the back, right? And when I saw that zone shift there, I thought we were going to see AJ possibly clean things up, make a crazy last stand fight. But then Marth just said, nah, you know, you're out of here, dude, right? Just driving up the vehicle, backseating himself and going to the blue, right, Neptura? Like literally, if he did not hit those shots, he's gone. So that was a crazy play.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like do or die, really. You gotta try and go for the risky play to make sure you get the rewards that you're wanting, and they did. I mean, look at the overall rankings. That match puts them top of that leaderboard, 33 points.
I mean, we're looking at teams that were so well placed there. Thunder Talk, despite not getting a win, currently in second place, and also Orangutan looking really good in the top 7. They are looking really comfy despite not getting a chicken dinner. They both have 10 placement points, which means you're still reaching the late game. I would like to see Orangutan survive as more than just a solo in the later stage. I think it was AKOP on Rondo, and this last game it was just Aru in the water. But you know what? They know when they lose the early game fight, we'll just try and survive as a solo, get some placement points, and so far it is successful for those teams.
And the consistency was all about, right? Especially when you don't get that opportunity to have a big game, right? You got to put something on the board, and Orangutan are doing just that here, Neptura.
Yeah, they really are, and it's all about that momentum, right? If you try and go too aggressive and play exactly how you want to play, even though the zone is against you, you're actually going to end up demoralizing your team in a lot of ways. So it's really nice that they're like, listen, we're going to scrap what we've done. We're just going to go solo again. It's fine. Get a top 4, get a top 3. We've got those podium finishes under our belts now, so that when a zone actually comes that we want to play and we can play the way we want to, we have that at our back to go, yeah, we got this. We can do this.
I love it. I love it, man. What a crazy couple games so far. You know, one team in particular, right, that we're seeing all the way down the leaderboards that I didn't really think we're going to see too much, right? It's got to be APG Max, right? So I know that we're probably going to continue to see these hot drops because they're just that stubborn.
Yeah.
But like at this point, like with them so far down the leaderboards, do you think there's a possibility of them changing things up?
Unfortunately, no. Knowing APG, they're just going to keep going with what they're currently doing. I wish they wouldn't, Hodrix, to be completely honest with you. I wish they would be like, this is not working out. Maybe we did a bit of a mistake here and change it up. But unfortunately, that is not the APG style. But talking about another team here quickly, Niptrod, I think we would both agree on that is currently underperforming is DRX. They're currently standing in 14th position, only 5 points. And those are 5 eliminations, no placement points, which is very much not like DRX that we used to see in the past. I need to see a bit of a step up from them because so far they've been invisible these 2 matches.
Yeah, it has been odd, I think, but I think that's kind of the way they will want to play this. It's been slow, but maybe just, you know, we've had 2 really tough zones. Maybe that's really what's coming into play here. They tend to rotate quite slowly. They tend to, you know, play center, but then they've got large splits, and maybe with these big hard shifts that we're seeing, both the slow timing and those big splits, they're just not working in their favor.
Yeah. You know, the good thing is here, though, with the Gauntlet is that it's top 7, right? So top 7 move to the finals. And at the end of the day, we're going to see a whole bunch of teams go on over to the group stage that don't make it, right? So it gives teams, I think, a little bit of more room for error, right? To be able to have a couple, you know, games to kind of adjust and kind of get things to happen. But at the same time, I mean, we're seeing squads move at a pace so fast here, Neptura, right? I think that if you let one of these squads, even a team like R8, get a lead, I think it's going to be tough for them to lose it.
Yeah, this is where you've got to be so adaptable, right? You got to tweak things in the game. You don't have time in between the matches to do anything. It's got to be from zone to zone. You've got to be adapting, and that's where teams that are opportunistic are going to have that advantage. So really need to see the other teams try and curb that gap because it is going to just get run away with.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Kara here in 12th position in the rankings, need to do a little bit more in their games, and you've got 1 placement point, 6 eliminations. A team that, you know, have some great players on their roster, especially looking at old Melis esports players from Turkey. There was just a rising star squad back in the day. and I think they're going to try and redeem themselves a bit more in this PMGC. As of right now, definitely a slower start, alongside also Ulf, that I think a lot of us here, Niptra and Hodrix, we were looking at Ulf like old Firefuck squad with Eren in particular, Rising Star of Turkey, that they were going to do well. But unfortunately right now, playing way more passive than I really expected moving forward.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird, right? We knew that we were gonna play more passive, but this passive, I don't know. I don't know what I feel about that.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? It's so hard for me to really, adjust when we've only seen 2 games, right? I think once we see at the end of the day, we're gonna have a much more like clearer picture of what's happening here. But I mean, with these 2 games, and let's be real, guys, right? These zones have been going ridiculous, right? They've been yoinking all over the place. That's been making things really tough. Even in this match, right? We had a hard shift on over to the southwest side. So I think that's making things a little bit uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, I mean, these squads, you got to be used to these hard shifts, right? You got to be able to put something on the board. But I will say, it's hard when you're hot dropping, right, Max? It's a little
talking
tough.
about it. It's making me
I'm not
angry,
gonna stop,
Hodrix.
right? Because it's like we got 3 today. We got 3 today, but it is what it is, right? Hopefully we can start seeing some adjustments. That's what I want to see, because at the end of the day, we talk about consistency, right, and how important that is, Max. But adaptability, I think, is going to be clutch, especially when you have just so many monster squads here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like some people would. I see a lot, especially in like chats and just comment sections in Instagram, when people give up a hot drop position. They're like, oh, they're scared and stuff. No, they are playing to win. It's a battle royale. You want to survive as long as possible in the game, okay? The idea is to get a chicken dinner. It's the whole point of how the game works. So giving up a drop location or going slightly off to your drop location to have a similar rotation path, but just to dodge the early skirmish, is a smart play. It is how you play this esports. And unfortunately, as of right now, we've not seen those big changes. Of course, it's just 2 games in. It's still day 1, okay? But we do need to see those adaptations being made, because otherwise, for me, if you keep hot dropping an entire tournament, you're just not first place caliber just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It comes down to this. Do you want to control the beginning of the game, or do you want to control the end of the game? And a lot of times you can't do both. So you've got to pick, because I think the end of the game is going to give you a lot more of what you want versus controlling the beginning of the game. So you got to make that choice and make it fast, man, because yes, we still have that opportunity in the league stage or the group stage or whatever to get where you want to be. But it's the Gauntlet. There's only 3 days. You only have so many matches. If you want to make that top 7, make the changes. Control the end game.
Yeah, and I think at this stage here, we try to be as open-minded, I think, about certain decisions that these players make. And at the same time, though, I mean, we have to be critical, right? Because I mean, this is where everything's on the line, right? I think there's a lot of squads here. They're all confident in their ability, right? But you don't want to deal with the group stage, Max, because we got some monster squads coming along the way, right? So if you could just head and just straight to the grand finals here and now, you got to do it. So if you feel like we're being a little too harsh on some of these squads, I mean, we got to be right now, right? This is what they worked the entire year for, being a little bit more, passive and kind of like hypothetical. I mean, for me, that's for PMSL, some of the earlier stages, Max, right? This is the PMGC. There's no room for error.
Especially in this Gauntlet stage. I'm sorry to say, but for some of these squads that I'm looking at, their highest opportunity to make it to the finals is going to be through the Gauntlet by being in top 7. Making it down to relegation into the group stage or into last chance, where you have to be top 3 or top 2, it's even more competitive. It's even harder to be at the very tippy top of those rankings. If you fail now, chances are your adventure might just be over unless you do a massive comeback in the next stages and you can actually qualify to the grand finals. So we need to see changes very early on, because otherwise top 7, it might be out of the question. Because this lobby, the Gauntlet, looking at the other teams in the group stage, it's so competitive, and it is the toughest lobby. But still, this is your best opportunity to reach the finals, so you've got to bring your A game here.
Yeah. And the good thing is, like I said, it's top 7. So it's not like we're only, having 2 slots where you have to have absolute perfection, right? If you're able to get 6th or 7th, you're going to be screaming for joy, right? But I like that point that you made, Max. And, we got a little bit of time to talk here. So how about this? Okay. Neptura, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Max was talking about how there's some squads that need to perform here, because if they don't make it in the top 7 now, they're probably gonna not make it to the grand finals, right? So which teams in particular do you think are really in the hot seat, right? Which squads do you want to see make it in the top 7? and are possibly not going to make it in the grand finals if they don't make it to that top 7 here now.
Okay, I've got a really hot take, and I'm slightly scared. I think A7.
Oh wow!
A7.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't
because
make it. They didn't make it to in the World Cup, right? They didn't make it past the survival stage. then.
Exactly. I think the longer they have to fight against more and more and more teams, the more pressure they put on themselves, I think the worse they're going to do. They need to come out super strong with no pressure, top 7, easy peasy, knock it out of the park, go to finals. I think if they go the other direction, it's not going to look good.
What do you think about that, Max?
Alpha 7's a pick and a half, but I could see it happening. Alpha 7 are the team that, or you get the best team in the world that can win PMWC, or you get a team that unfortunately can't even reach the PMWC finals. So it's a bit random what you get sometimes. I feel like you spin a wheel at the start of the tournament for Alpha 7, and that's the team you're going to get
For sure.
in the entirety of the event. But if I had to go for one team, I think is going to be a big upset here moving forward. Oh, it's a tough one, man. This lobby's really stacked.
It's so stacked.
I do think Alpha Gaming would be the one to just fail in the Gauntlet and then just dominate in the harder stages where you need to be top 3 or top 2 in groups all last chance. So APG strike me as the one that's not going to make it.
Ooh,
You know, that's I wouldn't say that's a bad take, only because considering that they're hot dropping so hard, right? In military. I mean, that's the part that just kind of like, it's a big asterisk for me, right? Because I mean, we know what this team's capable of. Their roster is absolutely stacked to the teeth, right? So to see them hot dropping like this, if they don't make it here and now, right, and they go to the group stage, that is just going to tell every other team that this squad's predictable, right? That, you know what, they're hard-headed, they're not going to leave, they're not going to adapt. And when you have that advantage over so many other squads, Neptura, I mean, these guys are using any data piece they can to take an advantage, right? So if if they know that Alpha are not going to move, right, Alpha Gaming, then I think that's a huge advantage. What do you think?
Well, of course, especially when you think about APG being one of those top teams. I mean, they are one of the top teams in the world. They are, in my opinion, one of the scariest teams to go up against because they're aggressive, they're opportunistic, they're unpredictable. You don't know which side they're going to come from, how many there's going to be, and what angles they're going to take. So if you can find the one predictable thing about them, you're going to take advantage of that. You're going to change your strategy or tweak it or do something to try and knock them as far down as possible, because once that gets to the later stages, you're going to have a real problem with them. So for sure, they need to be able to be adaptable so that they have that power over teams, so they still have that fear factor, because they might just start to lose it otherwise.
No, I fully agree. But you know what? We have a little bit of time before this game starts here. Hot Juice, I know we have time to ask you a question. Which team do you think is not going to reach the finals based on, you know, who are the favorites right now?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Honestly, I'm going to go with my team, the Wolves, right? I love this squad. I'm going to say that. And this is the reason why, right? This Wolves team, it has been given myself and I think everybody the highest hopes for an NA team we have seen in years, right? So when it comes to the squad, I am so confident in their abilities. We saw that wonderful push that we just saw a little bit earlier onto D Xavier of all teams, right? And they win that fight, okay? At the same time, just knowing the whole logistics of what's going to be happening in the group stage with only so few spots available, I think you're leaving it to chance, right? I think Wolves are a good enough team to definitely make it to the grand finals. I just think that their percentage chance drops like down to 10% if they're going into the group stage. So I think for Wolves, I really want to see them clutch one of those 7 slots here. I mean, it's top 7 with how they're performing so far and how they're looking. I'm confident they're going to do that. So if for some reason they don't, Max, oh man, it's going to put me on the back foot big time. My hope's never going to die, okay? But I want to see it. You know what I'm saying?
A full-on support of NA, also known as near the airport. Maybe that'll be after this one. But
Whoa!
but looking at Wolves, actually, I was really happy, and you covered PMSL Americas, right, Hot Jukes? Looking at how they played around the whole Gauntlet point system and rule set, I think it was so well executed. I feel like this team, and I think we talked about it a bit yesterday also during the rehearsal and scrims, if Wolves have a good day one, which as of right now, you know, topsy-turvy, fair to say, if they do have a good head start day one today in these 6 matches, I do believe they will be able to make it top 7 at the end of the Gauntlet because they play around the rule set so well that they know how to slow down or accelerate based on their position on the rankings and how far they are in the tournament. And I feel like that level of adaptation is very important in the qualification stage in particular. So I do get your point again with Wolves, Hot Juice 100%, but I feel like today we can instantly tell if they have what it takes to be in the top 7 and go to the finals, or unfortunately, if they are going to be making it into the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with just that push on the D Xavier, it just showed me like, hey, you know what? These guys are not messing around, right? Because any team could have easily just sat back, right? All right, we'll wait for the next circle, and then we'll make a move from there. They didn't hesitate before the circle popped, and they pushed on a D Xavier and won that fight. So for me, I'm like, for sure, I'm confident this team's gonna make it into the grand finals here and now. So after seeing that, for some reason, if they don't make it into top 7, that means something went horrifically wrong, right? Something would happen with their mental. They're getting caught in bad decisions or something like that, and that's what I don't want to see Neptura here. So that's the reason why for Wolves, I don't even want to even think when it comes to group stage. I just want to see them in the finals here now.
Yeah, and this is the thing that's so difficult, right? Especially for Wolves. I mean, yes, they've got individually a lot of global experience, but at the same time, they're a relatively new team to global. Let's just, put it that way, right? And I think that is the problem, that's the concern we might have, is like, strategy-wise, really good team. They're holding their own. They've got those smart plays, like you said. They're doing their thing. The thing is that they have one bad day or a few bad games. I don't know how they would react to that. I don't know if they go, it just affects their mental way too much, and they go, okay, we're done, or if they're able to actually do something about it.
They can all play super passive, edge, or play very aggressive, zoning teams away in the center of the circle. That range in their gameplay style is what allows them to be so damn consistent and always reaching the later stages of these matches. Virtus Pro here, Hot Jukes, 100% a contender not only for the top 7, but maybe for the first place in the Gauntlet. This team is a menace in this lobby.
Yeah, they are not messing around here, and that's what I love when you have such a stacked lobby here. If a team gets the zone, they're gonna get a whole bunch of eliminations and chicken dinner all day long. But you know what? The next game is about to start. Let's head on over to John and Blake and take us away.
इंडिया चलो वो जी थोड़ा ढंग से
And welcome to match number 3. We're going into Erangel one more time. For now, we have got another one in the back pocket still. But match number 3 is underway. The plane path from Kameshki over towards the southwest side of the island. Blank. We're looking at that hot drop down in C block. It's probably happening again.
I mean, GS as well as APG really going at it that last game. That's been going on quite a few times in the test matches as well. So we'll see how that one ends up. Last time, it was pretty poor for both teams. We'll see if they can improve that on one side or the other, because only one team can come out on top there. Another talk starting over towards Kameshki to begin this game off. R8 doing fairly well so far. Some good games from them. Fortuna to start over on Rondo into a well-controlled finish over on
शेल्टर पे ही ले रहा है ना बढ़िया है
We'll see where the circle heads over towards
ड्रॉप
this
नहीं
game.
साइड ड्रॉप फाइट तो नहीं हो रहा
Hopefully less atrocious than our Rondo match.
One would hope. For now, teams dropping out. I am looking down at that south side. I'm noticing maybe a lack of team over on the area against Alpha Gaming. That could be a quick reassessment.
जोन भी अपना
Side
है
on the circle, and it will be up towards Yasnaya. We like going north, it seems, this time on Erangel here for the PMGC 2025. We'll see if that continues to play out, but for now, it is going to be that rotate up north. We'll see if that's going to benefit the teams who are already up there, like Thunder Talk.
I mean, GS dropped out nice and early over towards Saverny side, so a complete opposite end of the map here for them. And again, I think that it's completely acceptable considering I think GS understands how stubborn APG is, and that APG is not likely going to give up their spot. They're a very proud team when it comes to that sort of thing. So I think for GS to be the first one to give it up is quite an achievement.
ओजी टॉप 4 पे है टॉप 3 पे अपन फिनिश कर पाएंगे अगर ये मैच अच्छा जाता है अपना मोस्ट प्रोबेबली अपन के पास चांसेस देखो रहेगा कि अपन टॉप 3 पे इजीली आ सकते हैं
For GS, they decided their bad game was right there and then over towards Sosnovka, where they basically got nothing done because the fight dragged on for so long. Oh, I think it's a good call, and they get a decent position in the circle off the back of it as well.
Yeah, up on that north side, they can play out of Saverny. It's about speed on that northern side because a lot of teams are going to be rotating through that area, right? They're going to be looking at that side to find it. I think we've got a little interview
the Gauntlet
to
Day 1
check in with
RA
Ida.
I mean, Rondo was quite a performance, and you guys back it up here with the win. How are you feeling?
Great now. So we start in Rondo with good points. So in Arangel, we must do the same.
Are we going to get more wins from you guys today?
Of course.
Ooh,
Thank you very much. Confidence from R8. They've had a good time so far. Blank, they're on 33 points. We'll see if they can keep that 10-point lead, or was it the circle helped them out? They'll have to prove themselves this time. They're starting in South George. They'll have to make their way across to the rest of the teams in the circle.
That they will. The 7 was here and he was gone.
He's quick. He's in, he's out.
We missed him already.
अभी तक एक भी फाइट नहीं हुआ ठीक है अभी तो सब लूट कर रहा है ढंग से जोन अपना ऊपर का है ना आरू ऊपर का जोन ला सकता है
Honestly, I'd hope they would avoid the fight in Sosnovka. I think Saverny's open right now. I don't think there's much reason not to go there.
रैग कितने 16 रैग और ओजी दोनों बराबर है ना 16 ठीक है
likely both teams will clash.
DX 12 है, Geek 11,
We'll
GS
see as the
11,
game
WDL
progresses.
10,
Again, it's one of those
A7
things
9,
where
Mad 9,
I
कारा
think having
7
a
ही है
free
कारा के.
open drop
चल
spot is
बढ़िया.
far better than clashing between a strong team like APG as well.
कहाँ जा रहा है भाई आरू अकेले?
Despite being able to win it that last time around, right? It's
ये
not
अलग ही
guaranteed
कहाँ
to
जा रहा
continue.
भाई?
Huge chunks
मरना
taken,
नहीं,
almost
आराम
guaranteed.
से जा.
Oh, the lone survivor from Orangutan from the last game. He's riding strong into this one. Let's see if they can make their way up. Currently,
Okay.
Orangutan
पीछे है,
making their way
मतलब
up
साथ में
from
ही है.
around shelter,
एक के ओपी
around
आगे
lumberyard at the top of the hill on the southeast
और
side.
उधर से
And they're
कोई
moving
रोटेट
up
दे
to
रहा
the
है.
east
अल्फा
side of
7 है शायद
Yasnaya
उधर.
right now. They have got two players a lot further back, so I don't think they're going to be looking to take on Alpha 7 anytime soon. You can see them just over the hill, but they have stopped off in a pretty solid compound here. We'll give them a couple of opportunities, a couple of decisions to make and options to rotate into the next stages of this game. A nice little foothold for them to be playing forwards. Hopefully they can do the same as last time and get into those later stages, but maybe with a few more players.
Possibly a few more points as well, because for Alpha 7, who is a prestigious team overall,
अल्फा 7 के 9 है
from
ना.
a background of being one of the
ठीक है,
most
कमबैक
aggressive in
करेगा.
the lobby, it is a little bit unfortunate seeing them play the way they have, but it's given them 9 points at least, but our rate is quite clearly leading at 33. I think generally our average right now is probably about 18 points rate across the board. So any team that's in around that 10-point region, it's not a massive jump you need to make to get over towards the top side, to get towards the top 7 position right now, but it's a case of holding on to that spot at the end of the day. Over towards northeast though, Kameshki split from Thunder Talks that has been regrouped over towards the south side of Stalba now.
स्लो हो जा रहा
We're
ना.
on our screens. They are rotating similarly on the path of Alpha 7, and Thunder Talks, I think, are realizing that they need to hold out on this eastern rotate.
King moving over on the northern side. One of the few players that can go toe-to-toe with Silas in terms of accolades in the PUBG Mobile world. He has got a storied history, although it has been a while since he sat atop the pack. Certainly Silas with a more recent dominant performance showing. We'll see if that clash continues to bear out this time around. So far, both Regnum Kyra and Thunder Talk doing well on the game so far. The first two matches have gone well for both of them. It's 23 points for Thunder Talk, Regnum Kaya with 16, and still plenty more to prove themselves further. So we'll see what more they can do. DRX, again, another global championship title team. They're moving in over that North Yasnaya Lake. So a lot of our teams with that global legacy currently packed in on the north side of Yas Lake.
Pretty atrocious gear though. Got the Scar, level 1 helmet, vest, and a long journey from DRX getting towards the position. And honestly, from this spot, not massively guaranteed a lot of looting capability, unless they're able to shift on down on the south side of the lake there and pick up the buildings. Matt Bulls finding shots over towards Silas, immediately removing him from the equation. That was an outpost, and that was instantaneous. So Regnum Kaya loses a critical component
गया.
of the team.
एक
Nice
गया,
and
किसका
early
गया?
in this game.
रैक का एक गया.
Well, you
बढ़िया.
say nice and early. Not nice for the fans from the Turkish region or for Regnum Kaya fans, but brilliant for everyone else around them. We'll see what they can do with 3 though. See if they continue to find some fights. Hang on a minute. Are they split? Is that Loxy all the way down on the south? I
ओ
think it is.
तेरी.
Oh dear, that is. I thought they were all up on the north side, and that might have been a lot better for them because the circles just popped up there as well. DX Xavier with a large swath of that land to the southeast side of Severny. Great for GS on that pop as well. The question is, can DX hold? Because they have faltered in their hold so far in both of the matches we've seen.
I mean, both times has been a little bit difficult getting backstabbed as well on the third party, but for DX Xavier, they are pretty damn good team, honestly. I'd hope to see them do a little bit more. I mean, they haven't been having a horrid time so far in this tournament at 12 points. It's not the worst thing that could happen to them. Really, they just need one good game on the day, and if they can keep going on this trajectory,
किसको
they'll be
लिया?
fine.
चल
This
रैक का ही है ना.
was the rollout towards Silas. He was attempting to get towards our Wizard Tower, some kind of position to
जी.
hold
एक
strong
दो
in,
गए.
but Nice pop out on the vehicle. And
अरे
again, you're
यार
getting to
आरू
that
का
stage of the tournaments
आरू
now
को
in the
ले
year
लिया
where those plays are common plays. So
मैं
you
अकेला
can't
क्यों
really
पकड़ा
just be
गया भाई
rotating
यारू
wildly out in the open.
No, you will get spotted. You will get taken down. Weighed and measured, found one team this time around for Regnum Kaya.
इनको
Taking
जोन
shots
ही नहीं
out
मिलेगा भाई इस
towards
बार
orangutans. They move over the hills. Actually doing so fairly successfully. Four
सिर्फ
position
नहीं निकल
working
गया
out, and they'll stay as 3 for now. They did lose a player earlier, but I mean, this is
अबे
a
इधर
solid shot straight on through. The difficulty is, though, there's a lot of teams on that north side already packed in. Not least of which, Thunder Talk. They are here on this north side, playing near those cable car approaches to the Stalber Hill. Playing near one of those stations. They're taking shots over towards Ulf as they try and rotate through. Teams are getting neighborly, but it is not a solid place to be moving into right now. It is very,
लड़
very
गया भाई
dangerous.
Max talked a lot about VP.
नॉक
And
किया
I think for fair reason as
नहीं
well,
किया
is that they were a menace in their region.
सिवर
And
नहीं
typically
पहुंच
the
गया
race here,
मार 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 इसको तो ले सकता है
PMGC, they're rotating in from that northeast side though, so they are late to the party. Will be coming in at the back of the QE arena. Already
ओजी
set up DRX
ठीक है
moving in
देखते
towards
हैं
Saverni alongside them on the south side. Have a couple of 2 stories to work with. DRX currently only on 3 players though, so not
पीजी
wanting
का
to
जोन नहीं है ना
engage any fight early. I mean, a very ambitious shot. I'll put it that way.
Sometimes you've got to take them, you know? If you land 1 in 10, 1 in 10 times, you get a point. Or you get an opening. You get a huge profit from it. But, yeah, it's...
मुझे सेंटर में जाके
we'll
बैठा
carry
है
on. We'll crack on with it. Next circle coming on through fairly soon as well as the Wolves try.
ओ
Taking
तेरी
shots over towards APG. but
सेंटर
being
तो है
spotted
मगर
over towards that shooting range
डिफेंड
hill.
करना पड़ेगा
Wolves wanting to get away and wrap around towards where Regnum Kaya sit. With this circle, that's probably the approach they're going to try for Regnum Kaya as 3 actually.
कर
Going to
पाएगा
continue to descend in. We'll see if they
कर
make that
सकता है
mystical
क्योंकि अभी जब
rotate.
फाइट तो
Thunder Talk
एज में
maybe
भी कोई नहीं
slap bang
जाता
in their way. I think this is going to
टीटी को
break out
बच
into new
गया
mutiny here in the middle.
ओजी पे
Those
ले ले
are
ओजी
a
ले
very
टीटी पे
quick
ले
rotation as fast as they can, pushing through the middle of the
लेगा
field.
लेगा 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 बहुत बढ़िया बढ़िया एक ओपी लेट्स गो
Nasty tire
ले
burn
किल ले
off
किल
from
ले
the
किल ले
King.
बहुत बढ़िया चल अंदर जा
Well played from
क्या
Orangutan.
किल
Should
चोरी
be
हो
able to
क्या
pick up that elimination.
किल
No,
चोरी
that's
हुआ
the Xavier actually finding that off on the side. As the
ओजी
assault
का
position, you're right about them holding on to these spots, but the
बढ़िया
Xavier, the rest of
टीटी
the backups coming in through thick and fast, but a good step up from Singh there.
ओजी का किल चोरी हुआ अरे
Can't quite find the crossfire for DXavier. Now a nade in
अच्छा
hand for Ching. There's 2 players in action on the inside here, AJ and Ching, both holding one door frame as Paragin. Nades as well.
R8 पे आ गया
They are cut down to 2 and R8 are here to play. Current lobby leaders. They want another piece of the pie. And in they go. 4 players alive on side. They push on up and 3 players now in action on the inside. They get the res for Thunder Talk and they get the heal off as well. This is going to be crucial. And DXavier may have a
बैक
shot.
जिंग भी गया
R8 though storm the gates. They are not going to
जिंग
allow
गया
Thunder Talk
जिंग
out
गया
back here with
खत्म
the Molotov, forcing them to stay around. And a second knock, a third, R8, a tidal wave of force rolling on into the compound.
Yeah, this is a weird time to third party. You're not really third party, you're just entering the fray here.
लेगा
Also
डीएक्स को भी
now
लेगा
available for R8, but
लिया
plenty of
अरे
points to pick up. It's
दिया
all
भाई
5 here if they're able to make
एक
it
को तो कहा
happen.
गया
Paragin should find the Murray. The rest of R8 were not there to respond. Bit of inaction there, in my opinion.
ओजी को एक किल मिला चल
Play on
बढ़िया
both warehouse doors, 2 and 2.
एक ओपी एक और दिया
Already ready to refrag him as he went for that nade. It's a good play from Paragin pushing up the way he did.
DX तो
Now
इधर
it's in a 2v2.
2v2 कर दिया
And DXavier, who looked like
लेगा लेगा बच
they were
गया
on the ropes. They
और
want
तेरी
player
अटक
on the
गया क्या
outside,
कर
a full force R8 to deal with, but gets caught on a tire and now maybe they're back
क्या
where they
डीके
started.
क्या
Unfortunate. But
DX.
R8 still continue to win out these fights, continue to impress. They're up to 5 elims now. They lost a player to an unfortunate push out.
आज किल ले गया रेट
Amori moving out. Maybe a
ओजी
little
को
bit
एक
of
किल मिला एक किल चोरी हुआ ना एक नॉक किया मगर वो रैव हो गया शायद दूर किया होगा
This is impeccable stuff.
Yeah, I think that
बीपी
what
अच्छा
we're
R8
kind
तो
of
ठीक
missing from
तो
all of
ऊपर
this
ही
is
था
that they took down 2 teams in that process, right? Very, very quickly as well. So there's no one really outside the borders to third party them.
ओजी को
Now,
जोन
they
मिलेगा तो
carry a massive amount of
प्रॉपर
space
जोन
on
है
the net,
भाई।
which you can see right here.
अब ओपी ओजी को
Thank you
बस
very much for bringing this to
डिफेंड
everyone's
करना
attention.
है,
You can see right there, there's so much space that now they have cleared in
प्रॉपर
that
डिफेंड
position.
करना है।
Gives them much more freedom to breathe. You can see for Alpha 7 when they're moving through Rick and Karya, Mad Bulls, Kara's in the way, GS2, but R8 can sit pretty for quite some time now. Such a dangerous push, and an odd time to do it in. Again, very lucky that they entered as DXAV went on the defensive. But yeah, I think for R8 they still play it fairly well. I think the only mistake there is that Amari pushes out solo, but even then, I think he thought he was covered by the smoke, and it is just a smart play from Paragon to just push the smoke, which most
अबे
times is a
DRX है
bad
उधर
idea.
भाई,
How are they? It's
घुस
GS
गया
just
भाई
moved as 4 through about 9
पूरा
teams
4 का
just there
4।
and got through fairly unscathed. Massive confusion tactics as they move out in a straight
लग
line,
गई मौली, लगी
swerving left and right, and
लग
nobody
गई
seems to be able to
ए नीचे गिर
understand
गया।
what's going on. Least of all me. They've managed to make it to Severny. I don't even know why you would choose to go to Severny. It's not necessarily the strongest spot right now, but they'll get there. They'll be safe for another circle.
Yeah, I think that they
लेगा इसको,
assume that the only area
इसको
that's
लेगा,
still free
इसको
from
लेगा,
space is probably
ले
Severny, considering
अबे
someone else is at the circle. I don't think they're taking into consideration
यूएमपी चला रहा
previous
भाई,
circle though, in
डी
which case
ओ
a lot of
तेरी
teams would
डीबीएस
have
के सामने
gone
यूएमपी
for
धर
this
दी
spot.
उसने।
Issa
क्या
goes
बात है
down,
डीआरएक्स
sadly, to QXZ, who has held
यूएक्सजी
this
जी
position
जी
quite
जी
some time.
जी
I think most teams just weren't prepared to take shots and were worried that shots would be taken at them if they stepped up there versus GS, because it is such open
नया जोन आ गया क्या?
over towards
अभी
the
नहीं,
eastern
1 मिनट
side,
है ना।
which is not fun, obviously,
कारा
I would
को
say,
ठीक
for
है,
it. Obviously,
नाक के
GS
जोन
has
के बाहर
a
है,
much easier time of it.
जोन के बाहर की फाइट है। कैरिलियो इधर से ले
Somehow,
सकता है,
felt
अबे
like
गिरा,
Hurricanes should have had massive
कैरिलो
control
लेगा इधर
over,
से,
but
एंगल आ गया इस
just
पे,
was not to be. Kara, they take a knock, but not
लेगा
going
लेगा।
flush just yet. Alpha 7 wanted to set
ओ
up
तेरी इधर,
position, though. Look at that forward pressure, moving in for Obscure, playing close
ओ
up. Also
तेरी,
goes down. Lewis up on high,
क्या मारा
dropped
रे,
down in the blue with Kara.
वो 3 को ले गया
Nothing
भाई,
to say about it. This is a brilliant
ऑब्सक्योर भाई,
move
ब्यूटी ब्रो,
piece by Alpha 7,
3
picking
को
up
लिया।
a nice little opening for themselves. On that eastern side, though, they still have to put the pace down because the blue zone marches forwards, and there is so many more
कारा
options.
पोजा जाएगा अपने, ओ ले गया अल्फा 7, कारा को निपटा दिया।
Attempts to move up, but Orangutan immediately put that to an end.
जा रहा था,
Farah
1 किल मिलता रहे
also
अपन को।
goes down. I think Mad Bulls might have actually even found that knock and flush there.
WDL एयर ड्रॉप लूट के अल्फा 7 में एयर ड्रॉप
Wolves
लिया,
on the
ठीक है।
south side.
नीचे वाला टीम्स पूरा रुका हुआ है, मतलब
crossing
कि
over towards the
सबके
north.
पास फायदा है
Let's see if they
कमबैक
can
का,
pull a
ठीक है, जा
GS
सकता है, ऊपर जा
and
सकता है।
just push on through. They have a lot of
R8
vehicles to work with.
लीड 5 किल ऑलरेडी शायद आ चुका
Question
ना
is
R8 को,
where are they going?
33 था, 5 38 हो गया, ठीक है।
Where is their destination?
ये
Will it be a little brown
It's
box on the
Severny.
ground? I think. Well, it's the ridgeline just before Severny for now. I mean, this is actually not terrible here. They've got terrain cover out to their east side. It's unlikely that OG step up and take shots out their way. This will be okay for now. For now being the opposite
जोन
way.
मिलेगा तो निकल सकता है अच्छा मैच।
I mean, it's closer towards the center.
अल्फा
It's
7
closer
इधर
towards
से,
the center
चलो
at
एक
least.
जोन और अपन पे है,
They are
मगर
waiting on
यार
the next circle shift, which does go north over towards APG and Regnum Kaya. So our two teams that are basically the
R8
strongest
इधर से आएगा,
inside this lobby.
जाएगा किधर R8?
I think Orangutan is going to have a little bit of a difficult time moving over towards that north side. But this is such a disgusting area to play. Very open over towards the beachhead. Not ideal locale for anyone. There's going to be
डिफेंड
between
थोड़ा गन
DRX
पावर
as
थोड़ा
well
सा स्ट्रॉन्ग
as
रखेगा तो
GS right
निकल
now
सकता है अच्छा
on
मैच।
the north side of Severny, who basically have a lot of control here because they get to decide the momentum
क्या
that they want to
दिक्कत
take,
वही है,
as they will hold on to the compound
3
for
ही
the
बचा है ना,
longest out of anyone in this circle.
एक जन होता तो पूरा फुल मैन होता।
Mad Bulls
Hmm.
playing this 2-2 position. They've had it for a while. They couldn't really control too much on the
अल्फा
bridge.
7 जा रहा है इधर
Certainly
से,
not from GS
पूरा
and Alpha
नॉर्दर्न
7. Going to try and
रोटेशन
move
दे
around.
रहा,
Tuluka sprays
शोर
towards
साइड
them.
से।
Again, just not connecting, not
तो
even taking
गिरा,
shots anymore.
मारना, क्या कर रहा है
Same
हट।
story. They're waiting for the back two, but they're not even taking
अल्फा
shots
7
now.
आराम से निकल गया
Maybe
भाई,
this is how
पानी पे
GS
सीधे
want to get on through it. There's just no shots coming
गिरा
out
दिया।
from the Mad Bulls. It
इस
might be an ammo issue. To be fair, looking at those numbers, maybe that's what they're looking for.
अल्फ
Little bit of
एपीजी
ammo conservation. As Alpha Gaming, yeah, they're immediately pushed off that beachhead.
ले, पूरा गिरा भी दिया।
It's tough. It's very, very tough.
और प्रॉपर जोन भी ले लिया।
As just 2 players, it's pretty easy for Alpha 7 just to wrap around on that side.
APG को
It's the tiniest of a hill here that's giving Alpha 7 a little bit of space to breathe.
5 किल है भाई
Now
अल्फा 7
having
का,
to
कमबैक
drop
तो
down
कर रहा
quite a
है।
few smokes to make the
R8
rest of the
कितना
cross.
गया? R8 का फाइट हुआ,
He's out making sure
R8
to
भिड़ गया
get the
WDL से। R8 कितना गया? R8 गया क्या?
Still holding that little ridge line. Higors really an important feature of their hold right now. The only thing that's stopping the arena fully overwhelming this
अबे
position.
आगे जा रहा है तुम्हारा
DRX, to be
नेट।
fair, from the north, the potential third party on the
रिच
road
पे
crossing,
डाल भाई।
establishing their smoke lines. This though is the
R8 के
opportunity
पास
for
मौका
Wolves to
था।
bring Doran back to his feet. If they can
कोई
get
ना।
back to fighting force, that is huge. And a pick off at the movement is even bigger to keep the Wolves safe on that
OG
southwest
पे
side.
रश किया
In the
क्या?
meantime, on the southeast, you've got Ulf.
R8 का एक ही बचा ना।
They need to get past what remains of R8, which is prestige, and the Mantle.
गया 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 ये नेट प्रॉपर।
Reluctant to take shots at anyone, so perhaps easier than they thought it would be. A knock
ये
set
नेट
towards
से
Coops,
लेगा।
though, and there's that trade-off. The arena still making this fight navigable.
गया, नेट से भर दिया
Has to
भाई
push
उसने।
that. Like, he has no choice but to push that. Sadly, now down to just high goals off on the backside.
OG को किल नहीं मिल
I
रहा।
don't really know what Batten's game plan
ले गए,
was there. He's
खत्म।
just running backwards and forwards. As soon as
WDL
your teammates gets knocked,
खत्म।
you have
अच्छा एक
to
बचा है ना
relieve
WDL का।
pressure. Right, and the only way to
ले
take
गया,
this
इसको
out
लेके
now is
भरेगा
able
भाई।
to hold out players peeking
अल्फा
through
7
window
ने
as you
रैक को
push
निपटा
up and
दिया।
take down the player underneath. Alpha 7
OG के
with some
18
great
एक ही
nades
किल,
on towards Rukaya.
2 किल हो गए,
Flush
बढ़िया।
them out in the
एक
meantime.
और आया,
Wolves is
टॉप 8 में
currently
है, बढ़िया।
absolutely tearing their way through Ulf.
टॉप 8 पे है, जोन अपन पे अगर आता है तो
We had a word from
गेम अच्छा निकल सकता है।
eyes on the ground from 7WG. He gave us some info that OG said that they're building some confidence and they're looking to adjust tactics. Obviously, coming through from India, having a great time here so far at the start. They're up into 5th place now, Blank, on the overall standings. And if they can continue to build that confidence, it would be great to see an Indian team back towards one of those really competitive spots. It's been a long time before since we've seen that sort of thing, and it would be great to have it once again. That representation would be brilliant. We'll look forward to it, but they need to hold their nerve. They're on the south side of this one. In the meantime, DRX, GS, after GS's mad dash, going to come into conflict on the edges of Severny.
OG 3 जोन है ना?
DRX will just be on the high ground. 3 players for them. GS underneath.
टॉप 7 में आ गए, बढ़िया। OG को अपन का वो है ना, कॉर्नर है, एज पे है।
VP were taken down a little bit earlier, but RA still have profited massively of this game. Immediate shot from Revo over towards Pusher.
अल्फा 7 गया, इसमें गया, इस वाला गया।
So on target as well. Very unfortunate doesn't take down Flip. Luckily, there's another angle from the side from Obscure. This is a fantastic hold from Alpha 7. You love to see it.
And they're playing with the barest of scraps, but they are making one hell of a.
OG का एक नॉक है, मगर एक किल मिल गया ना, ठीक है। टॉप 7 पे हैं और 3 फिनिश मिले अभी तक, ठीक है। प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी मिल रहा है और रैप भी हो गया, ठीक है। अगेन 3 मैन स्टैंडिंग OG। अल्फा 7 लेगा 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 1B, यहाँ पे तो 3 है। गया 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 पड़ा, ए ले गया भाई, क्या मारा रे। आहा, कौन ले गया? अल्फा 7 का मार दिया भाई, गुजाओ ने मार दिया भाई, ब्राजीलियन है भाई। टॉप 6, ठीक है। DRX को पड़ेगा इधर से, इसको पानी में जाएगा पूरा, ये गया। अल्फा 7, ठीक है। टॉप 5 अपना OG 3 मैन स्टैंडिंग, 3 किल, जोन है। टॉप 4, चलो बढ़िया। R8 का एक है, नॉक 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 नॉक, बढ़िया प्रॉपर। टॉप 3, चल बढ़िया। इधर से आ विच गॉड, पुश कर।
down, but in 4th place with 6 elims. Bang, it's again a good game for our table toppers. Let's see what everyone else can do, though, as Alpha 7 continue to extend their line of influence. Orangutan, they're up into 3rd.
I think the thing is about Orangutan is that they're consistently getting towards end games, but it hasn't looked pretty.
जून
It's
के बाहर
looked pretty bad, honestly. Last game hiding in the water, previous game hiding in the water, this game hiding on the south side. There's been some points here and there, but like I said, it's not saying it seemed too phenomenal. You got to respect that they're making it far into a lot of these games, but
लेगा
again, it's hard to say. I mean, this playstyle does technically work. If they're able to pull this off at an international level, there's nowhere where I can say that, hiding will only get you so far for so long. It's like they're already doing it at an international level, so you gotta give them praise for that. But it's definitely not going to get you at 1st place.
No, not 1st, but maybe a 7th. Right, and that's maybe what they're looking for. I did have a little correction from 7WG, who I gave some info that he sent over towards earlier. He said that OG are actually looking to adjust to be more focused towards elims as time goes on. And once they build that confidence, that's what they want to end up as, a high elim focused team. Well, maybe not a high elim focused team, just maybe more focused than they are now. So perhaps that's
ये दोनों आपस में लड़ेगा अल्फा 7 चिकन ले जाएगा
They're up to 3 elims on the match. They started on 16 points blank at the start of the game. They guaranteed
एक नॉक होगा तो पुश करेगा
to be on 19 from the elims they found already, and then you add on the placement points as well. But
भाई
this
आगे जा
is
रहा है
their
बहुत
big test, moving against the arena.
अल्फा 7 जैसे पता लगा रहा
They have not adjusted tactics for elims at all.
गया
Yeah, it's been another slow game.
ये नॉक इसमें नॉक होगा एक
I give him that. This one
नॉक हुआ
does find a little bit of damage there. Good shot from Kreo from the distance towards Wizgod. Again, you're exposing yourself towards the beachhead on that jump up.
अब तो रैप का मौका मिल सकता है तो उधर ही में
This should be a
ना ना
textbook Alpha 7 win though. And one that couldn't have come sooner. I think for Brazilian fans, this is a very, very good way for Alpha 7 to save face after what had been a couple of pretty upsetting games.
This is hopefully their game to take, but never say never, as the arena still have got a shot onto this.
ये दोनों आपस में लड़ रहा है वो कर सकता है
He's like a mortar turret there in the grass.
पे चढ़ गए ये लोग
Time before he gets spotted. Orangutan, though, in the meantime, getting put through the mincer. Having a real tough time. Their backline's cut down to 2. The heal comes out, but Alpha 7, they're faltering a bit on their 3-man push here. Not quite as effective as maybe they would have liked. They do hold a lot of ground. That is their
Bardiya,
asset right
which
now.
got they?
But it is all up pushing, and that is not the way to do it. One not found. A second needed. Necessary to take down Orangutan right here and now, but they're not going down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad news. They absolutely need to keep 3 players over, otherwise this happens to be
खत्म हो
they
जी
immediately reposition. The reason they were taking the fight towards the high ground though is specifically so they could dominate over towards E Arena later on, but I think that initial knock has been a little bit worrisome. I still think Alpha 7 has a strong chance to finish this one out strong though.
Yeah, with just Sakura now remaining, Mormon getting that knock onto Carrillo made me worry, but there was an answer. Carrillo kind of missing that spray, but it's not going to matter. The numbers still firmly in the favor of the Brazilians now. As Guizal moves out, Sakura takes some shots, but there's an answer from the side window. The lean out shows him the shoulder, and it is a cold one. Alpha 7 put them to sleep.
It's just funny how that's the second game in a row we've had a drive-by be the ending moment of the game. So, very cool. I like that the players are all putting a little bit of pizzazz on the game, a little bit of panache here. I think that for Alpha 7, Carrillo goes down because he realizes he makes a big mistake by not holding that off angle. It's the only thing stopping E Arena from pushing over towards that north side. So a little bit difficult. Anyway, we'll head back over to the desk with their breakdown of that previous game.
Alpha 7 get the chicken dinner. Let's get it going right there. I mean, beautifully played by them. Oh my god, that wrap that they had. They landed in the Pavka, right? They do the good old fast hug the zone, rotate to the hardship side twice, and it just works out perfectly for them. Neptura, what do you think about Alpha 7 getting chicken dinner here and now?
It is very needed. It was needed right here, right now, win to make sure they can do the best they can. They're in that mindset to get on to the next 3 games. I really love how they played this. They took APG strat that APG were trying to use on the beach, right? But this played it so much better. Played it together. Didn't have any docking happening because if I don't dock for that to happen, that's fine. And they just played it super compact, super opportunistic as well. I love what we saw from A7 here, Max.
For 7, playing passive early mid-game stage was great because they hold on to their resources, they keep everyone alive, and then they're just able to just hop off this around and get 17 eliminations, able to get the solo drive-by at the end, which right now seems to be like a meta. I've seen it happening, Hodrix, a few times. It just works out. What can you say? Solo drive-by with an S12K is massive, and here we go. The elimination for all of the players of Alpha 7. 77 damage taken by Obscure for 8 eliminations. It's so one-sided. This roster swap of Alpha 7, a lot of questions kind of up. Is it going to be impactful? Is it going to be a good replacement for Mafioso and Squad? I got to say, as of right now, the answer to that question is a massive yes.
Man, I'm such a Mafioso fan. You know, when you have Obscure putting out crazy numbers like this, I mean, you gotta know it works, right? I was a little worried there for a second. Carrillo, I love the fact that Alpha 7 held back Carrillo, right? They were holding him back, just waiting to see in case we saw EA try to do that rotate and take it. That 1v1, but Mormon gets knocked in return, and then Alpha 7 with the numbers get that chicken dinner. So it ends up working out for them. But I'm telling you what, Alpha 7, their rotates right here was what's got them that chicken dinner. So I was a little concerned with their performance so far. I think they were, what, in 10th place, Max? They got to jump up big time after this one.
They're going to be in top 7 100% this time around. They have to be up in the position to qualify for the grand finals. Alpha 7, they bring in the heat. Bring in the slow passive rotate as we highlighted here. And just play it very slow. Wrap around from Stolber, get into the beat area, take it away easily from Alpha 7. Like, it's just APG, no Alpha 7. Alpha 7 take it away from APG. And able to just position for themselves. Really good stuff as you go through replays of this game. But Pro, you know what? Maybe having a little bit of a tough fight there, but still looking positive that there's still going to be another game coming. But as replays now, that fight between Xavier also happening, and then the Arena and R8 so messy. And I think that we need to see more of a change here from Xavier because that was all over the place. I didn't like it from all over the place.
I mean, the problem is, right, we've had clashes between Xavier and R8 here. Well, actually, Thunder Talk and then R8 here. And also Wolves in the game. And the common denominator is just unable to hold a good defense against teams at compound. So it's definitely something they need to step up in that regard if they want to survive. They've got the survivability. They've got the position. They've got the idea. Backing that up with that close range strategy is going to be a problem.
And that was crazy there, House. I mean, you saw. And let's take a look at this though before we get into that. I love this. We get the rotations for this. And look at opposite, right? They let Blanca. We see a crazy rotation to the north of that circle, and they do this twice, and it just works out perfectly for them, Max.
Yeah, it was such a good early rotate. Look, everyone's still moving in on plane. They're already up north of Stolber, moving forward. During that time, looking at Orangutan dropping shelter, they did have a bit of a wider split giftings, but they're able later on in the game hold a really good position center to around. Arena of just making sure that DRX, GS Team, Wolves can compete with on the same level, and they're just able to zone them out fully. Big fan of how they played out this game. Unfortunately, no win, but I feel like in another world that would have easily been an E-Arena win. There would have been no surprise in my mind. So E-Arena redeeming what we saw in the first round was a bit off.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a little bit separate from the rest of the town, right? So you're able to have some really nice angles for teams both in the town and when they start to egg as well. EA were just able to have a full range of when it comes to those angles and trying to keep teams coming out of the city.
Man, look at these rankings though. Alpha 7, 27 points. That's a game for them. Yeah, you know, so they'll take that. R at 10 as well. R8, Max. I'm gonna talk about this team in particular, right? Because we saw them third party ZZ and Thunder Talk, right? At that warehouse. Their timing together, their synergy looks so rock solid, right? They do the push perfectly, and then all of a sudden we see Amori walk out of the warehouse. So one ankit, right? 2024 PMGC. It's decided by just one singular point, right? So you just can't afford those mistakes here at the stage.
Yeah, it's something we really need to talk about after we get over to the break.
Men on a mission, none other than Revo from Alpha 7. A convincing win in match 3. But if we rewind a little bit on the first two matches, it wasn't up to the performance that we expected of Alpha 7. What was going on?
Vocês tiveram uma vitória bem convincente, né, agora no terceiro jogo, mas nos dois primeiros jogos teve uma performance ali mais na média, um pouco mais abaixo. O que você tinha a dizer sobre esse terceiro jogo agora? O que mudou para vocês?
Bom, eu acho que a gente começou um pouco devagar, entendendo como que estava funcionando o jogo, mas acho que isso é normal, depende, vai de time para time, e a gente entendeu agora como é que funciona o jogo e, claro, buscar mais vitórias e, se Deus quiser, ir para a final.
We started a little bit slower, but we are getting the feel of the game and all the tournament. So we played 3 matches, we feel great, and yeah, we're gonna be the champions.
I mean, it's happening. One of the other top teams, too, is starting slow. APG, I'm calling you out right now. But with the addition that you guys currently have made to the squad, right? You got Gizao, you got Obscure. What advantages does that roster give you?
Acho que... Pode ir. Acho que o Guizão e o Obscure traz uma agressividade diferente para o Alpha 7. Eles são muito bons, jogadores excelentes. O Obscure, mesmo sendo suporte, ele tem um frente absurdo. E, bom, acho que é isso. O Guizão também é excepcional e acho que é isso. Eles trazem uma agressividade muito diferente para o Alpha 7.
So yeah, they bring a lot of like aggressive play style to our team. And Obscure, he plays really well. He's the support, but he's like killing everyone. So yeah, we feel very good. Gizão as well, really, really nice player, and we feel really comfortable.
Would you say that there's potential that Gizao could become a better player than you?
Eles já são.
They already are.
Ooh, okay, now going into the last 3 matches, what are the expectations? I know in Miramar, there's a chance that you might be able to have a hot drop.
So yeah, for the 3 maps right now, you're having the...
Bom, acho que sobre Miramar a gente não tem muita preocupação. Se a GS for cair lá, pode cair. Eu gosto de trocar tiro, então pode vir pra cima.
So yeah, we're gonna drop in Miramar, and JS can get to us. We're gonna shoot him back, and yeah, it's
I
gonna
like to fight.
I know you do. I know Max is currently just shaking his head saying no hot drops. Obrigado, mano. Boa sorte. Thank you so much. And back to you guys.
Hot drops. No, please, no. You just want the game, right? I mean, but hey, you know what? Didn't sound like they were gonna avoid it at all here, Max, man. What do you think about that?
Look, my analyst rate is terrible. It's so bad. My viewers. It is entertaining for sure, but GS showed potential changing it up and going to Subvert. Yeah, I think it'd be Flame Path. They didn't drop this time around. Going up against Al, definitely not a recommendation. 7, they dropped El Pozo every single tournament, right? So this is their mission. And even if they want to go for their secondary drop, unlike Erangel, they don't have a safe secondary spot because they would be dropping Impala versus Wolves. So what do you do? Unfortunately, right now, for them, there's not too many good options, but GS, you got to make a choice because as of right now, your 2 locations are hot drops, so you better be ready because you're going to have to take those fights right away on Miramar.
Yeah. You know, my question to this is this you, yes, you know, obviously this hot drop business isn't good for us. Like, what do you think?
I hope so. I really hope so. Again, I'm gonna go back to the point I made earlier is, you know, if it's not APG, then hot drop. If not, go for it. Like, it makes sense.
Yeah. By the way, of course, we gotta give a big shout out to the Infinix GT3 official gaming phone of PMGC 2025, engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. So big shout out to them. That's how we get it done, guys. So, man, I'm telling you, we still got one more Erangel match here, right? I hope we just see good old-fashioned good play from GS and Alpha 7, but let's go ahead and see what happens in just a few minutes. But you know what? The recap. We are here, right? Let's go ahead and take a look here at this one here. R8, I'll tell you what, from the get-go, this squad has just been straight aggressive, Max.
Yeah, I mean, R8 really liking what they bring to the table here for PMGC so far. Actually, you know what? For a quick second during these replays, I like one thing. So many play games from Erangel. Of course, are they always making the full squad? No, it was KO followed by Aru in the first Erangel. This last game in particular, Nipture, Erangel survive as a 3-man very, very late to the game, actually. Compete. I think these were a little bit, unfortunately, off their game, not really super precise on top of the arena, but you know what? Orangutan definitely performing way better than I initially expected entering on this first day of PMGC.
Yeah, I really love the way that they're playing this. They're building their confidence with some really good top 3 finishes. They're gonna get those elims later on, but for a team that has no global experience, you know, speak of, it is exactly the kind of play you want to see from them. Were those nades slightly off? Yes. Was the slightly off? Yes, but you know what I love about that, Max? That the timing wasn't off because they didn't hit it. The timing because it was a bad decision in the first place. It was not, oh, we got a little hesitant, and we're not so sure. No, they were just didn't get it right.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be happening every once in a while, but you know what? There's always time for redemption here, as we see Geekan getting eliminated a little bit earlier on in that game, followed by the... Again, I love the of these guys. They're like, we went out as like, hey guys, well, Plaque stronger. The next one, they're still comfortable in third position in the leaderboard. Too harsh on themselves. And then later on in that game, still feel like got too passive. They should have went a little bit more aggro on some of these fights to third party, though. Also, especially they're fragging to on this roster. You've got Soulless, you've got Etch, you've got Aaron. They are using their full potential here on these fights, and I feel like that's really hurting them so far in the rankings because they are, as of right now, in 16th position. Don't want to be there. That's not good.
No, not especially with how all these teams are playing. I mean, right? Wow. They started off as a little bit. Well, yeah, that's crazy. Mad Bulls mixed with 7. And that was actually a team I wanted to ask you about here, Max, because we saw them actually have a push onto Alpha. It was kind of like they were trying to commit, but they did that.
By the way, I just want to say I sent wow because it was like 7. That's what I was like, whoa, was that Revo? But no, that particular, I'm really happy Hot Juice because this is an issue of commitment. Mad Bulls, you play passive edge and you stay out of nade range of Alpha, or you fully breach Alpha 7. No in between. Here they just send it slightly off the road. I think they were maybe things away from Alpha 7, which is, as you know, range for just pinpoint accurate grenades from Alpha 7, and they get instantly wiped out of the lobby. That is a big mistake coming out from Mad Bulls. I want to see them adapt and just play. Even if it's a bad play, I don't care much. Just because otherwise, indecision, as we know, Niptura, is always the biggest enemy in a PC lobby like this.
Oh, absolutely. You've either got to go 0%, 100%, but 60%, 50% is always going to get you back lobby. It's time and time again we've seen this. So, yeah, Mad Bulls just need to make it and stick to it, and they'll do a lot better. We have seen a few really nice things from Mad Bulls, but they just haven't been able to get that consistency throughout the match. I feel like they've just been like a little bit too sub, a little bit too incisive, and it's like, but Mad Bulls are a really good team, and we know how they can really do. So I just want to like to see that confidence come from them a little bit more.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, Mad Bulls are currently sitting in 7th place, right? So that's at that cutoff. So they're not really in that hot seat so far, but they definitely need to start picking up things here, especially when you see a team like Alpha 7. So many. It's going to happen here, I think, consistently. You know, Niptura, when we see a team get a good position like this, at this stage, we know they're going to get double-digit eliminations and the chicken, right? Yeah. Now that we got one more Erangel left to go, okay? Which in particular do you think you want to see a chicken dinner from right here and right now?
You know what? I'm going to say, ooh, DRX. I mean, that's a good point. I want to say OG, though, as well, because they've had 3 top 3 finishes. I'd like to see them actually win on a random before a new map.
I think that's a good call, right? Because OG playing it very careful, I think, right? Very precise. They're just trying to end themselves into the late game. We got a little bit of a word from 7 that build their confidence here, right? And I think that by getting late game more often than not, that is doing that for the Max, man. So I like the strategy, but Niptura, I do agree with you. I think that a chicken dinner for them right now, I mean, that'll boost their confidence up big time.
100%.
Did you guys see these average eliminations of 9 right now? Over 9 average eliminations. I think on Whoa. That was, if I'm not mistaken. Those are crazy numbers. If they can maintain that the entirety of top 7, easy. It's done.
100%. I love that for them. That's great.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
Switching shirts, getting ready, you know, Alpha 7, they got on their faces now. They're not messing around here, Max.
I mean, yeah, they are ready. They're heated up right now. They're ready. They don't need to have those long sleeves anymore. The short sleeves, they're ready to go. But 25 seconds away from this game. Final Erangel of the day. If your best map is Erangel, it's time to make it work in your favor. It's time to get those juicy points on board, because otherwise you're going into a completely different game, and you might have a little bit of a tougher time to get those points on board. So it's now or never on the grassy pastures.
All right, let's get it going. We're going to see another hard shift like crazy game. Let's find out right now. John Plank, take it away.
Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Of course, we'll love to get stuck into yet another Erangel. We've got the third and final of today. We'll see you again tomorrow, but for now, the last time around the green as we head on over in the skies. From North George over towards Lipovka this time, a little bit further north on the plain. Expect GS to be dropping out towards Severny, and again, no hot drop unless Alpha Gaming try and re-engage it. That would be quite a sight to see.
That it would. But we're getting straight into it now. Hopefully we can see some of our teams start to step things up a little bit more. I think Alpha 7 had a very, very strong ending there from themselves. I mean, starting over towards Zaki, I don't like it, but it's working. So I can't complain too much. GS once again back over towards Severny on this northern plane path. APG going to be taking the long haul down towards the south side of the map. It is a bit of a journey for them.
Quite the way. If the circle favors them though, maybe it'll all be worth it. Could always pop down south. We know how much some of you guys at home love those military circles. APG may be wanting them as well. Or they could fall short on a vehicle hot drop near towards DRX out on that west side. Everyone else touching ground now as well. Two teams over in Yasnaya, generally fairly separated right now. But no, we love those north circles here at the PMGC. We're going to continue that and continue to go north on the day.
Once again, GS benefiting from this northern shift on the circle. Ziol currently getting chased down by Paragin. Likely going to lock him in position for quite some time here, but Paragin decides he's just going to send out. Look if he can find himself a weapon. Play from there. Doc's able to find himself a vehicle, but Ziol's got to get in quick. Here comes the bash on the side, and finally APG gets to disappear.
Yeah, those close range little scraps. That was what we were worried about there. I thought it was going to be DRX, but no. Some danger on the off angle with DX Xavier. Both start with D and have an X in them, so, you know, fair enough that they got confused there. But either way, they will be able to regroup. They're going to be scrabble around Gatka for some goodies.
Yeah, these really can't go too north on this, so they're gonna bide their time there for a little bit longer. Yes, Naya's a little bit more packed than I expected it to be, with both Geeke and E-Arena playing this area of the map. There's been a few games now where Yasna has been absolutely empty. I think people are quite quick on the uptake here. R8 playing South George, still currently leading with 43 points, looking fantastic so far. Alpha 7 able to massively make up for the slow start on the day with 36 points now in second place.
And then we saw a little sub card as NC2 is in for Joker out on E-Arena. We'll see if that is a question of well, we'll wonder why that is. We're never entirely sure when we see those cards flash up, but that change has happened. It has come through. So we'll see how NC2 is able to fold into with the rest of the team. On a circle like this as well, it's going to be important to be able to be dynamic and communicative within that team, to be able to go and hold on that side that is going to be so controlled.
भाई सबको फोड़ता हुआ जा रहा है.
So stopping teams rotating around and accessing that northern side freely
Military circle है.
a team task. APG broke all the way south, Blank. Alpha are now in Sosnovka, so they did continue on the road.
नहीं, prison में मतलब prison का circle, ठीक है.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by it. I mean, I was watching as it happened. It's definitely interesting they would take that approach to head all the way down. Roji, yeah, I mean, 5th place, pretty good so far, 24 points. They are currently in the top 7. They will be moving through the Gauntlet with flying colors if they keep this up. I think that last game looked a little bit better for them. Overall, though, I think that from what I saw, like, the nades were good, the utility was not bad. It's just a case of, I think they understand it as well, and this is where I'm coming from, is that from what we've heard, they understand they need more confidence. It's the first time in quite a while we have seen a team like Orangutan in PMGC. So for them, I imagine it's a little bit of a daunting experience. You're playing against teams that you have not met in internationals in quite some time. I think for Orangutan, they're certainly giving as good as they can here. But I do think it'll take maybe a couple more games before those engines are fully warmed up.
एक बार कॉन्फिडेंस आया हो जी को
Definitely
फिर
still doing for orangutans,
मारेगा
I mean, they're still in 5th place, so 24 points. That'll keep them ticking over nicely.
फिर मारेगा
Just need to keep up
एक
that
बड़ा
pace
गेम
of
चाहिए
that development towards that more elim focus.
Confidence
It's going
आएगा
to keep going well for them. If they can get that one further off the mark than it is. Gike on the northeast side. They have managed to move out of that east side of Yasnaya. That's where they dropped, and they have managed to move over those Stalba foothills and over towards
ले
the
गया
western side
रेक को पिला
here.
रेक तो
Irina
गया
making a move across the bridge instead, and Loxy gets clocked. There's no way he's getting away from this one. And Regnankaya again on a circle that should be fairly strong from them. I mean, if you think back to PMSL Europe, because we were broadcasting that, you guys maybe weren't watching, but they did like to move nice and early into this area. This was a bread and butter circle for them and a bread and butter set of rotates. They're falling short of the mark though.
Yeah, just a little bit.
एक casualty
It is unfortunate to watch as it unfolds. For Regnum Kaya, though, there has been quite a few times in previous tournaments where they start a little bit cold on these games, and then slowly ramp things up as time goes on. I think they're a team of very, very good at adaptation. I think day 2 is likely where we'll see Regnum Kaya shine a little bit more brightly. They're a team that very, very clearly understands rotates and how things are going wrong. And I think they adapt to different regions very well. I think here, though, there is plenty of teams that are just sending it very quickly. And I think it's something that Regnum Kaya is not quite used to.
Yeah, it's something that they are going to be looking for. I just ran some quick numbers blank about 7th place. And a bit of napkin math tells me that if you're over about 110 points, it's going to be looking a lot better for you in terms of getting into that 7th place. So it's still quite a way to go for the teams, even towards the top. And there's a lot that can change, but doing a lot of work of the 3 days in that first day is always going to be good news. So for the top 3, top 4, maybe even top 5 here, it is a very good start to have in 3 matches already put a very significant dent into that metric, not least of which is, of course, R8, who are on board with a little bit of an underestimated team coming into this one, it seems, certainly with their performance in the first 3. The first 2, I think there was still maybe a question that they were performing strongly, but into this 3rd one that we saw from them before, I think they have started to really turn up the heat.
Yeah, I think for R8, it's certainly one of the cases where, you know, at 43 points right now, they're more than a third of the way there to securing a spot towards the Gauntlet. Again, you've got to compensate for those bad games that you inevitably will have, going down in 16 for 0 points, which happens more often than you'd like to admit.
सेंटर ओरिएंटेड खेल रहा है इस बार
Particular teams.
अबे वही वाला जर्नल
Even some of our best
वापस से आ
squads, it
गया
happens as well. So I think for
अबे रोटेशन कहाँ से दिलाएगा
Alright, if they can end the day
ऊपर
around
वीपी है
60 points,
इनके का
and they've still got 3 more
GTO
matches to do that in,
पूरा
they'll be very, very happy. And I think
ईस्टर्न
that
नदन
so far
साइड
they've
से
shown that a lot of their expertise is here on Erangel, but we've yet to see the performance on Miramar, so it could be that they get some great games there too.
Absolutely. It will be very interesting to see how this lobby takes on Miramar a little bit more further apart from one another generally, a little bit longer range engagements on average. Obviously, there will be close range engagements as well, but the distance that sits between you on Miramar generally
रोटेशन
a
बच गया
little bit longer, so an adjustment needed to be made. E-Arena, with their substitute coming on in, leaving Mormon out to scout here, maybe will be severed on the rotate by Ulf, but at the moment, I think it's just Ketch on that forward position, and I think Irina have spotted it as well.
लेगा एक को लेगा
As we love to go to Zaverni, it seems, on these circles. The spray down over towards the Arena, going to make that regroup harder, but they're going to do it nonetheless.
Man, I thought Ragnarok was going to hit a couple more there. It's not meant to be, sadly. GS still sitting strong on the northern side of the map, with Regnum Kaya underneath them, like you're saying. Strong central position to play in, but with only 3 players to do it with. This is the 2nd time in a row that Regnum Kaya has suffered from being
मैं तो 7th पोजीशन में डीके को मार दिया DX sorry.
Yeah, that's more players been lost at the back of that vehicle there, John. DXAV down.
लेगा
They're getting torn apart on the
लेगा
approach. It is very unfortunate. And DXAV
थोड़ा
not
सा
really
भी
having the
बिग
impact that I
पिक्सल मिलेगा
expected
लेगा
of them. Coming into this tournament, I mean, these are a tournament favorite team, right? DXAV, I personally had them in one of my top 3,
बच
I
गया
think, coming into this one. I don't think that's an official thing that I've put anywhere. But they definitely were up in towards the top 3 in my estimation. Their record this year has been
ओजी आ गया
fairly
जोन
solid.
में
I think that in general, coming off of winning the SEA full region as well, their World Cup performance maybe not as illustrious, but generally a really
आरू
highly
रोटेशन
performing
तो
team for
करा
a
रहा
long
बढ़िया सा
time now, Blank.
थोड़ा
It
सा
is a bit
किल
disappointing that they haven't managed to find their feet so
मिल जाए
far, but as I've said before, there is
निकाले
still
तो
time
ठीक
to
है
make
फिर भी
this day work for them.
7-8
Right?
का
Even though the
एवरेज
2
लेके
players
चल
here,
रहा
it's going to be up to Miramar most
नॉट
likely.
बैड
Which is where DXAV
24
usually
पॉइंट्स
shines
है ना
anyway, so I wouldn't worry
इसमें
too
टारगेट
much.
रहना चाहिए
I think
30
for DXAV, they're
35
a team that does
36
very, very well in the central position where they can control area.
मिनिमम
Like, area
ये
denial is
इतना
like
स्प्लिट
one
में
of
क्यों
their
खेल रहा है दो का
specialities.
दो इधर है तो
Right now, though, and I think a
चलो
lot of
बढ़िया
teams are feeling
अब तो
this,
साथ में
is
आओ
that it's very hard to push through these teams. Sidelines are everywhere. Teams
आरबी
are
इधर
very
से आगे
vigilant. They
जाएगा
are on a swivel at the
इधर
moment
से जाएगा
too.
ओजी
So
पकड़ेगा
if
इधर
you're
से
trying to
जाएगा
push
तो
for a
ओजी की
central
साइड
position, it's likely you're gonna get shot at. Like you can't just
बीच गॉड इतना पीछे क्यों है
recklessly rotate through the circle anymore, like we just saw DXAV try to go. And because Mad Bulls or a team close by will just take shots and likely hit those shots as well. So yeah, I think for DXAV, there needs to be a more patient approach to these Erangles tomorrow.
And maybe that will develop, I think.
पड़ेगा मतलब इधर से
There's
तो
a lot
आएगा
of
नहीं
opportunity for all of these teams to be making it through towards the finals,
जाएगा
sure. Top 7, of course, will be the easiest way to do it. But there is a
जो
little
आएगा
bit of leeway for them, right? They still have those group stages, those
ओजी साइड
last
से
chance stages potentially, if they're able to get through there. So not getting top 7 here isn't the end of the road, and maybe that's allowing teams to be slightly more flexible with it. Maybe not the best idea, but certainly is definitely possible there. That's a lot of affirmatives in one sentence. Kara on the north side having trouble with Alpha 7, who, again, with their backs to the coast, finding
Alpha
a good
7
fight.
I think it's the second time that Kara has really struggled versus Alpha 7 trying to make their way in. Again, this is kind of the opposite that we're seeing from DXAV, is that Alpha 7's rotates are quite staccato-like, where they'll rotate a little bit forward, they'll stop, they'll see if they can see any presence within the circle, take shots, hit those shots. And anything they can do to weaken teams around them is very, very beneficial to them. And slowly but surely, they work their way in towards a strong spot. So I think here on Erangel, Alpha 7's been playing these last 2 games very strongly. I hope that it continues during this match as well, because I've been quite happy with what I've seen since that initial Rondo game, which although wasn't the best match from Alpha 7 in the world, they still got some good placement points off the back of it.
एपीजी
So
कारा
it's kept them in the running at 37
पकड़
points
लिया
in second place.
अच्छा उस लुक आफ्टर निकल गया भाई कहाँ वेस्ट
So
कर रहा तुम
what you need in the
जोन
running
पहुंच गया वो तुम्हारा जोन कैम्प करेगा वो
at this stage to get towards those grand finals over in Bangkok, in the main city itself. Be lovely to see them there. I mean, for Alpha 7 as well, after coming off the back of PMWC, right, for Alpha 7 not even qualifying for finals, this is a real necessary redemption for them, right? It is necessary for them to step back up to that level of some of the best teams in the world, because we know that they've got it in them. And we know that there are some real firecracker players in there. Some slight changes to the roster coming on through, obviously. Obscure with Rizal as well. These slightly newer entrants to the team. We'll see what they can pull out the bag here. On the northwest side, they do have a chance, but the circle doesn't help them out here. It's going to push them down to the southeast edge.
पूरा ओपन है
Gives Geeke a pretty solid spot on that hill to the west of them. Going to be highly contested.
I think for Wolves, it's not a bad spot to play down towards the south side on the ridgeline. Your difficulty is that even though you hold this position, you still have to worry about a lot of the high ground off towards your west side. Alpha 7 is an interesting talk you made about them not even qualifying for the PMWC. I think that they're a team that certainly struggles with this.
सीटी
which
पकड़ेगा
is
इसको
if they don't have the hunger for the games,
वही
then they don't
जोन के
perform
बाहर
well.
से
I think actually them not qualifying for the finals and PMGC was probably one of the better things that
आतंकी ने
happened to
नॉक
them,
किया बढ़िया
because it lit the fire
आ
underneath them
रेड के
again.
इंसान उसको
I think that they struggled that for a long
प्लेयर
time,
को
always getting second places. But I think
शायद दूर होगा
those second places actually were the things that kept driving them forward a lot of times. So
पुश कर दिया भाई
a few teams I've been like, oh, they just need a second place and they can do well.
We'll roll up from R8. They've been fairly solid on their game so far. Prestige down though and getting flushed leads them into a 3 versus 3 actually, with the trade-off knock coming on through. Another flush over to Regnum Kai. We'll touch on that in a minute. But R8 battling now out in the open against Orangutan, and I7 wins out that edge. Will find another knock as well as he steps out into the courtyard, able to find a second player from Orangutan, and they are cut down to 1. Not going to be able to win out this fight. Unfortunately, DRX will pick up the pieces as well, and the nades are good. Everything else comes crumbling down around their ears, and R8 make out like bandits. 4 elims, and they are down to 3, but they've done the work already. 47 points and climbing.
See, I can understand like the mentality from orangutans. They need more points. They want to get more eliminations. I can respect that as a limit test for the team, but it is a horrible time to be going for that fight. Right? You need to look for that fight much earlier, where the pressure is on as the blue is about to close. When you got a minute out, so you got to pace the fight much. It's much more stressful for R8, where they got to pace the fight because they got to think about their future moves. But moving on to that position as the circle's pulling in creates this horrible situation for both teams, and I think it is one that's made so by Orangutan as opposed to R8 playing that spot. Hove takes down APG again, which is a bit of a prank, a bit of an APG prank.
Yeah, 16th place for APG. Again, not what we expected coming into this one.
Can't count them out, okay?
They're
Trust me.
so done. It's over for them.
You can't count them out.
I've done it.
They're possibly one of the most annoying teams in the world when it comes to having no points, because equally tomorrow they could have 70.
Oh, Alpha 7 really struggling on the roll-up. They've just been taken down by the Mad Bulls on the approach there. Really not great stuff there. They needed to try and convert on the northwestern side, get a couple more points on board. R8 similarly now suffering, taken down by Malloy from Virtus Pro on that southern edge. Although Malloy doesn't look in the best of shape either, but the top of the table's blank. It's been really quite decimated right now. So a lot of teams with opportunities to jump up towards the top side.
Yeah. The Mad Bulls, I think it's the first time in a while that Mad Bulls hasn't been a bit of a cringe team name to utter, because usually it's a team that in the past had some of the best players from the CIS region in it, doing fantastically well. They got poached multiple times, leaving only Zerich really is the star power on the squad, and even he started to fall off a little bit without the help from Effect to be his off-angler. But I think that the rebuild from Mad Bulls is actually very good. Flip and Lemon work fantastically well in tandem with one another. Lemon has some of the best nades in CIS region. Flip is incredibly good. He's flipping good. And as well as Pusher and Tulika already have a lot of experience with one another anyway. I think they are an aggressive team, to be honest. But I think everyone's on the same page there on that squad, so I think that's fine.
You need to hold it out on the western side. DRX need to move forwards against Ulf and Mad Bulls towards their northern side. Malloy still that thorn in the paw of the DRX Lion. They'll have to handle it. I think you might just deny the point here at this stage. Look at the blue zone taking him down. The heal does pop through, but into stage 5, he does not have long to play this one. Maybe a backstab, maybe a little game changer on a fight. I don't think that Malloy is going to make it into the placements. That should be it. He will fall down. It is just a play zone point denial.
All right, Wolves going to try and make their way through. Thunder Talks as well as Geek playing on either side of the road there. Advantage goes to Geek being closer towards the circle. So Thundertalks will have to push through them eventually or wrap. Even then, you need to take your shots there.
As we see the south side rotate, DRX, they managed to get rid of Virtus Pro. And they move over towards the Wolves, and a good knock on towards Coops in the backstop position as well. That's not going to be particularly flushable as Thundertalk try and cross the road, and Ulf try and cross the road, and Thundertalk deny them entry there and get a knock over towards Geekay. This fight seems to be a little bit of a stalemate between these two teams, despite the number of nades and Molotovs being sent between the two positions. DRX have taken a lot of damage though. And they're going to have a real tough time rolling up. Doran for the spray down onto Soaz as he breaks on through. That crash line is good, and it's going to be held. Coops goes down 1-for-1. Hyunbin follows. QX set up on the hillside, needs to come up big now because he's the last player to stand. The inside getting torn apart. Nobody's alive in the shack. The points are there for the taking, but nobody's ready to do it. A sliver of help on the high ground as well, as DRX last hope now, trying to keep things going, but Soulless bombards the position time and time again, stopping the Wolves from flexing out, and it's going to allow the heal on the high ground.
Damn, well played, Eagles. Actually able to make it happen. Hold down the fort for the time being. Yeah, this is where life gets very difficult for Thundertalks, I was talking about earlier. You know, the circle being on Geekay's side, it's just going to make their life so much easier now. For Thundertalks, even pushing far over towards the north, yeah, you can get behind that lip on the very northeast, but even then you have to deal with GS. So we'll see how Thundertalks plays for now. Either they push north or they expend a lot of utility here in the next 5 minutes.
Maybe not even that long to live though. 5 minutes is a long time in PUBG Mobile. And it might even see us towards the end of the match here. GS on this northern side, mounting up now, playing with 4 players alive. They are leaving 1 player still in Severny, trying to keep those building high ground positions under control, maybe an off angle. So they roll up towards Parajin's shack. One of the last players, I think the last player in fact, for DX Xavier. He's going to try and fend them off, but posting a nade through will do the trick. Just need to land it on the mark. Doesn't quite connect. That one does though. He's not the last player for DX Xavier. It's actually Levi's off across the road. You can see there on the minimap, but yeah, it's not going to be able to get that one back up. And GS move in to the shack position on the north.
I think if you're Wolves right now, yeah, they're doing it at this very moment. They're going to try and push over towards Mad Bulls as well as EA. This fight has been raging on for quite a while. Unfortunately for them, Mad Bulls are able to pick their player up, as are E Arena, but I would say that E Arena is now in one of the worst positions in the world. Sandwiched between both Mad Bulls and Wolves. Egos goes down, so despite his valiant defense down on the southeast side, he will not regroup with the rest of the team.
Gonna find it difficult. Mormon finding it difficult to stay on his feet as well as the nades pour in from the high ground for Mad Bulls. They keep the pressure on the southwest side. And they march ever forward, seemingly inexorably, but there's teams that will try and stop him here. NC2, no substitution play for him. Unfortunate as they meet their demise. Wolves trying to move up on the lip of the bunker, but he's backed off from the off angle as the spray down is good. Mad Bulls making their way closer and closer. The last player from DX Xavier, Levi's not getting stuck into that one. Doesn't want to give the game away just yet. Let Thundertalk go for the crossing first and try and ladder up on the placements because Geekay have to hold.
I mean, it's a good time for Thundertalks to do it. I mean, wrapping all the way around the building, trying to get to the side that doesn't have many windows. Unfortunately for you, this building has all the windows. Nate goes through, Kevin goes down, there's Saf out as well. Ragnarok last left inside the building. The Vikings are looking to decimate against Ragnarok itself, but Nerzed's still in the fight.
Oh, he's able to stand up though. Ragnarok still with a little dying hope here for Geekay. Able to find a knock. Thundertalk suffering on this crossing, sitting, needs to get rezzed here. The player on the back as well needs to try and stay alive, stay safe. And Ragnarok can't quite weather the storm. Unfortunately, the Thunder was just too strong. As AJ crawls across, he gets clipped, and it's Thundertalk down to 3.
I mean, very, very difficult push for Thundertalks. I mean, that is not an easy crash to go for at all. I think they played it quite well. Good smokes. The wrap around the building and the vehicle as well is extremely confusing to play up against for Geekay. So I genuinely really did like the play there coming through. Ooh, a 3 MG3. with a sniper suppressor in there as well, which seems kind of cruel.
You know, put it on a DMR maybe, if you're lucky. But yeah, the MG3, still a pretty big boon if you're able to pick it up. We know Maxman loves it. His favorite weapon, I think. Pretty sure. Haven't checked in a while. I have to double check that one. But either way, a huge amount of firepower and the level 3 refresh on the armor and the helmet, which is maybe even more important in that difficult position. It's just a question of getting there. With 5 teams remaining, DXavier likely going to be the next team to have to move with their solo player Levi's out and across the way, over the road. Everybody else just about in, or at least close to being in. You can see ThunderTalk have access to that hillside on their left, on the south side of the circle. And they'll be able to rotate there, hopefully fairly successfully.
So 11 elim game, it's nothing to be scoffed at. Same with Mad Balls as well, slowly climbing up the rankings. Yeah, so it knows that Levi's is here. I don't think... Oh god, Mad Balls knows is here as well. Yeah, that's rough. That's very rough. The ground being peppered with holes in between him. Just trying to make the mad dash. I don't think he's getting out of here. There's a lot of ammo being expended onto him though.
So yeah, big commitment on the ammo front, you're right. From Esso, might need a resupply from the rest of GS. And Levi's, I mean, he's still got a gun. He's still dangerous. He's still got damage to put out, I'm sure. And the fact that he's across, that is big for him. For survival, Mad Balls can't push down towards this side because they're so entrenched against the team underneath them, against the Wolves hiding out in the shelter.
A little bit unfortunate for ThunderTalks right now. They had to use that high ground in the building to pick up a knock to try and push over towards. And as a 3, you sort of need to get an opening knock onto a 4-man squad. Wait, Levi's is still alive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he's safe from the south because of that fight on the bunker.
Pretty amusing. Now, what is ThunderTalks' move then? I mean, they can try and wrap on Mad Balls, but again, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. GS knows the location of ThunderTalks right now, and it's hard to push down towards them. So yeah, King's going to try and scout out over towards Mad Balls. And he's coming back. And he's going for it again. And he's coming back.
I mean, it's indecision, but it's so difficult to make the play. GS, they know that Levi's is here. Wolves going to take shots as well from the mouth of the bunker over towards GS on the approach. They give the Gauntlet up over towards ThunderTalk, who are all too happy to pick up these points as the knocks start to come through thick and fast. GS are suffering, caught in the crossfire. The fact that it's not unlikely that they go down before Levi's now for DXavier is crazy. So ThunderTalk aren't doing too well either. Goodness me, this is getting mad.
Jafar's on the edge of the blue right now, does go down. Icon's able to get DS3 back up again. But overall for ThunderTalks, it's still not a terrible game. I think they'd rather end up in a top 4. Sighting getting picked up at the same time, so they should get themselves back up towards a 3. And a wraparound from King here over towards the Mad Balls. Sort of has to wait for a team shot here, honestly. That's a long nade. That's a very long nade.
They're trading nades here, and now actually Mad Balls are flowing around and over towards the Wolves, who have been doing so much damage to GS in the meantime. The Mad Balls looking to keep this one under control. All things considered, this is their game, but Levi's moving up to the tree now. Spots a player, he gives the position away. Now the Mad Balls are going to know he's here. They're going to know there's danger on the flank, and they are going to put some ordnance out his way. You can see the nades already cooking, and Flip gets taken down because of it. Pusher Low gets taken down as well. No way are the Mad Balls crumbling under the face of Levi's. ThunderTalk may be able to take this one away.
Good
my
volley.
God, this is getting crazy now. I mean, it was crazy before, but what? My God, what a close down.
They're to the top, towards the top side of the bunker there. There's a little bit of chip damage, but not quite enough. Wolves are now out, so the bunker is completely clean. Singh moves around the side, but the blue is pushing. Tulika has to wrap around the eastern side of the bunker, but Levi's is there, getting up towards the top 2, potentially, if he could just take Tulika out. But Sighting is on the hunt.
And they will be able to find him now. The last player for the Mad Bulls is there, and Thunder Talk want that top spot for themselves. They crest the ridgeline and they contest that first place towards the end of the day.
I think that's as dominant as we've seen China in quite a long time, honestly. I think for Thunder Talks, they have looked really good today. I'm extremely proud of this team. I think the combination play has been fantastic. The teamwork has been fantastic. Overall showing has been really good to see. Same with the Mad Bulls. Honestly, though, I think that they look dismayed here, but this is the best Mad Bulls have looked in many years.
It is great to see a lot of teams coming back off of an off season, off of an off period of time. It is great to see this resurgence across the board. We are going to be heading over to the analyst desk now to figure out just what happened at the end of that one.
Thunder Talk, huge right here. On eliminations, they did it very, very precisely there. And for a second, I thought we were gonna see a little bit of a symbiotic relationship right there, right? With we had what was it, Mad Bulls? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry, my brain just went crazy right there. But we saw a crazy symbiotic relationship, and we just Thunder Talk come up and get the chicken dinner right here. They landed it. It's a great rotation, Neptura. What do you think about Thunder Talk?
Thunder Talk, their timing to perfection in this game. Am I right? I mean, I think it was really, really nicely done in the terms of like had a few teams remaining. We had levels over in that shelter area, but what to me is the difference in their that Mad Bulls pushed a little bit too early. Wolves ended up pushing a little too early onto Mad Bulls, so they were fighting, and then Thunder Talk come in. Perfect timing, just move in, sweep it, actually get a 2-1 going to get rid of Xavier as well, just control by zone.
You can look at this replay here for the final blow of this final ranking of day one for PMGC Gauntlet, and yeah, as you said here, the timing they showed was perfect. It was beautiful to see how it was played. Clearly, step between Wolves and having that fight happen way too early. Then talk to move that position from the eastern side over to the southern western edge, taking a high ground position, and as you hear, finding that final player of Levi's, and of course to look at and get the East win here. 18 elimination chicken dinner here, Hot Chicks. An absolute banger from the PL team that I had some mixed feelings about this team entering in this tournament, and oh my goodness, these damage and elim stats for all of these players are through the bloody roof. Hell yeah, more of that, please.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, you know what's so crazy? I was a little surprised we saw Matt, start throwing those nades down that walkway right there onto Baton, because all they had to do was just stay on top of the hill, let the Wolves be down there for a little bit of while in shelter, and then once everybody was gone, fight each other for first and second. But Bulls, they were getting towards that end circle, like, you know what, let's take Thunder Talk and the rest of it there. We're just like, nah, let's just shut them down right now. And that's exactly what they did, Neptura.
Absolutely. I love what we saw coming to them. It was just such a nice come back of that. I mean, it was a really, really good win, but it's those things where it was based on the mistakes of others, right? And that's not to downplay Thunder Talk at all, but you believe we just had a little mistake coming on through there and get back and forth. But I want to say that Thunder Talk coming through, we were all surprised that they had 17 eliminations, but focused on other teams while we're sitting in that compound, just chilling, move things away from Nox on rotation, just make sure that they control the space around them. But they were able to get such a big win coming off the back of that. It's just really, really nice to see, Max.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. And I think a lot of people, myself included, looking at the PL teams, Weber were going to be the banner men of that entire region, right? But no, Thunder Talk, that I kept calling is PMW as a very passive piece. unwilling to commit to big fights, try and wrap up games with a ton of eliminations. Fine, this is the change-up we needed to see from Thundertalk, and you know what? It is perfect to do it here first day of the tournament, because against the performance like this hot chicks, the elimination chicken dinner, chances are you're going to be looking for keyboards.
Oh, they're gonna jump up big time. You know, speaking of changes, right? A little change of pace. I want to talk about OG, right? We've seen OG play things very calmly and collected for the first few matches. This one, right? They started to do a crazy push onto R8. Unfortunately, they were taken out. But what about that push here, Nitra?
I think it's really nice that we're starting to see more of the aggression that I was used to seeing from them. It's nice that they're starting to spread out and spread their wings a little bit. Unfortunately, they go up against R8, which is not really the team you want to go up against necessarily. If they had known that it was maybe a differently like that, it would have gone a little bit better. R8 are just having such a great day so far that it's gonna be difficult to go up against them. More along the lines of a Kara or an Ulf even might have had more success. Especially Kara, because what we're seeing is completely different to how we're used to seeing them play, because they play edge, and so far today we've seen them play just edge, no center whatsoever, and I feel like it might just be throwing too much. I'd like to see them actually go back to center and see what happens.
It's a good change of pace for sure. I think it's good to have a little bit more variety in your play style going into a gauntlet like this. But looking at the replay on the map feed, Thundertalk just again sweeping onto the eastern side every single time. 20-point game, setting the record for the biggest chicken dinner point wise of day one of the stage. Can they keep it up? Possibly. The Mad Bulls, despite us being a little bit critical, engaging on that fight towards Wolves a little bit too early. You could play when you get a 20-point round from that. Pretty good zoning. I do think they felt the pressure of so they were going to have to move eventually, so they tried to be a little bit more proactive, which I can respect to some extent, but you're just opening up the gates for the other teams like the GS team, like Thundertalk to kind of wrap it up and the win you. So still a really good performance, but those slight PMGC lobby cost you the game, and in this case, that would be what happened.
Yeah, and that's a great game for them regardless of the situation. It's just those few extra points could make such a big difference in the long run. Yeah, look at this. 1,200 damage, 194 healing, and 7 eliminations. This is, I think, the game that Thunder Talk desperately needs here next.
Definitely. A lot of people actually in the chat and also on Instagram were telling me, hey, AJ's looking really good and stuff, team. But look at Silly, he's been performing amazingly and so well, in fact. They're standing in first position on the rankings, 53 points, 20 place points total over the course of these 4 matches. Their average is through the roof, and it's amazing in the process. But now they've shown, the question is, when you have 53 points, how comfortable are you to actually remain in top 7 until the end? Because that's a really big point lead. Wait, that's a 33-point lead. And over 8, they're super comfy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think
that's a big point. But
it is. I think it's a little too early to say they're super comfortable just yet, but that's a darn good start for them. And coming out of the woodwork, I feel like, I think, Thunder Talk, based on previous performances we've seen from them in the global stage, I certainly wasn't expecting too much out of them. And 3 in, I'm having to change my opinion 100%, because this Thunder Talk is who like a year ago.
Yeah, 1,200 damage from City. I mean, that's definitely right here. That's all it takes. One good chicken dinner and rocket launchers, up these leaderboards. So hopefully we see a little bit more of this. Is now going to start going into Miramar. That's going to shake things up quite a bit. But one thing that we are starting to see is a little bit of that point gap, at least from first all the way down to 8th place. So these teams that are on that second half of the leaderboards, I think come Miramar, you read something up here now.
It really is kind of only a point gap being created in literally just 4 matches here in GC. And this is a very strong lobby, but the fact you have a 33-point lead between first and the cutoff in 7th position, 8th position for yourself, it is really big statement. These top tier teams from your Thunder Talk under if it remains until the end of Gauntlet stage. Yeah, sitting popping off. King is up there. By the way, quick little piece of information. He was on Nova Esports when they won PMGC Season 0 and
that's right.
back to back. If they are able to go the entire way with PMGC, he would be the only player in the world to have won on 3 PMGs, which would
Wow.
be a massive flex in your Instagram bio. I should say.
The ultimate flex. By the way, there is in the 3 players that have previously won a PMG. King has the most champions, and that is right. That was in 2020 and 21. Next, Silas, who's with Regna Bukaria. He won in 2022 with S2G. And Ziol from Alpha Gaming, they ended up winning in 2023 with IHC. So a ton of talent, right, on in this lobby right now. But Alpha, right, they are underperforming big time in my eyes, Neptura, right? Is this, typical of what you kind of expected from them? Are you a little bit worried? What are you thinking about Alpha Gaming right now?
I mean, I think worried in ones that the other teams are doing so well, so consistently, APG might fall behind a much. On the other hand, this is very typical of what we've seen from ABG. Like, they do this all the time. They will just not get anything done the first 1-2 days and then come back, 5 points.
Yeah.
The team they are. So I'm not concerned, but I think other teams might just take advantage of them. And in PMG, that's not the event you want that to happen to.
I mean, Blank said it perfectly during the cast, right? It's the APG prank, okay? It's real. Day one is always the APG prank. Wait for day 2, day 3. That's when the real APG is going to surface here in this fall. Trust.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so because I saw that last game push on and shut them down immediately. Yeah, it's just a break. You're right. You're right. I got pranked once again, right? Yeah, I hope it's a prank way, right? Come on, right? Show us what's gonna happen. Don't wait till tomorrow. Make it happen right here in Miramar. But you know what? We've already done with Aaron today. We're done with Rondo. We saw hot drops back. Next, talk to us a little bit about drops. We can see here in Miramar.
So we have a few hot drops that could be happening. I'm just going to list them out real quick, okay, so everyone knows what to expect. Northern side, La Coperia, D Xavier versus Mad Balls could be happening. El Pozzo, it's Alpha 7 versus GS Team, or if GS Team go into Impala over to the eastern side, it would be GS Team versus Wolves. Teams in DK, D Xavier, and DRX. San Martin is R8 versus E Arena. And now the big question mark I have about interesting hot drops that might or might not happen is going to be Orangutan actually dropping around Chumacera versus Alpha Gaming. Got to be a little bit careful because Alpha Gaming is willing to share on stage. But they do have a new drop location in La Bandita, and I think this is a very positive change for Orangutan. I wonder if they're going to commit to that secondary drop or if they're going to go hard from Serra and try and contest it away from Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing I would love to see is there's no one up in ruins right now. So I would love to see Orangutan if they decide that, hey, Chumaceta is not that great. Maybe they don't want to go to La Bandita. Ruins would be another great option for them because both of the hot drops nearby as well if they really wanted to. So another option.
The man that has been able to get 2 MVPs in PMCO and PMWC, but starting today. Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm here with a man that has been able to get 2 MVPs in PMGO and PMWC. But starting today, I mean, you guys are struggling. Only 4 points after 4 matches. What's going on with the squad?
За өнөөдөр танай багийн хувьд болохоор 4 тоглолтод зөвхөн 4 хоноо авсан байгаа. За ер нь өнөөдөр яг яаж эхэлж байна вэ?
Мэдгүй тэгээд болдгоо тэгээд үзээлээ. Болохгүй л байна.
Currently, like I don't know, nothing is working on our plan, so I can't really say much.
Are you looking to make changes going into Miramar, considering that there might be a hot drop there as well?
Miramar дээр хамт баг бууж байгаагаас болоод танай багийн зүгээс ямар нэгэн өөрчлөлт оруулах байгаа юу?
Тэгэл байлтан да. Hot drop-оо ер нь аавна. Одоо ямар ч баг байсан тэгэл байлтан да. Үзэндээ хаа.
Even in the Miramar, there is a chance for a drop, but still we will go for the fight and try to win our spot.
All right, well, I'm hoping if there is a fight, you guys end up winning it because right now is not the performance we're expecting out of APG. Back to you guys.
The look on his face. It's got me sad because when we deserved, he said, "You know what? Hey, the fight's coming. We're ready to fight." And then Seven was like, "Come on, dude, right? I mean, these guys do not mess around here at Turk. Right? Hot drops, they live for them."
Yeah, I have never seen a stubborn team in all my days. This team were like, hey, lose 1-2 games, but y'all best be prepared for that third time because it's not happening. You are going down. Kind of spirit we would love to see in any team. But when you're not doing so, maybe like I don't know, do something else. But listen, first Miramar, first hot drop. Let's see how it goes. You know, they're going, hey, we got this drop to military auto wrangle. We're not going to stop now.
Come on. See drop action. We heard it from Revel earlier. You said, you know what, GS, come on down. We're going to fight this. We just heard from APG. You know, they're ready to fight for a hot drop. How many hot drops are we going to see? John, you tell us right now. 1, 2, 3. I want to know.
I think 3 total. I think that's my answer.
0.
Ooh, okay. Well, technically, every team that's dropping in is going to be real hot because it's Miramar. We're in the desert. We're heading over to the dunes once again to see how these teams take on this map. Miramar on the menu. La Cabrera over towards Impala on the plain path flank. If you guys want to keep track of the map throughout the whole of this season's PMGC, you can, of course. There are public map feeds available. You can head on over and keep track of where every team is at all times. Which is a very valuable piece of knowledge. You can do a little bit of analysis if you want. We'll be doing so. We're using our map feeds as well. Moment. Nobody getting too stuck into it though with each other.
I'm going to address the allegations right now. Okay.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of talk on Insta about orangutan. Okay. And Max Man's getting a lot of hate right now. Okay. The thing is, if I'm talking about orangutan at 22 minutes into a game, this is already a good thing, okay? Because there's some teams I haven't been able to talk about at all because they're dead most of these games in the first 6 minutes. So the fact that I get to talk about orangutan 20 minutes in, that's already kind of based for an Indian team, okay? Let's all chill out. Let's all just have a little chill out.
So just to clarify what Blank said, he said orangutan are so bad and he hates them as people.
I don't think I said that.
Well, let's head over to the stage with 7 to calm things down. What have you got for us, 7? Oh, maybe.
It's in 20 seconds.
Okay.
15 now.
We'll cover right now. But yeah, of course, orangutan doing some pretty solid stuff. Let's head over to the stage for realsies this time. I promise it's not an alpha.
गन फाइट नहीं हुआ
Welcome back to a quick report with the
AKOP, let's go, AK.
OG AKOP.
AKOP.
What a performance you guys are putting up here in the first 3 matches, backing it up with great placement points, but the eliminations aren't quite there yet. But you're building up that confidence.
Yeah, we are building the confidence and we are looking forward to grab some eliminations too. Some situations are holding us back, but we make sure we will show the dominance performance like we used to show in India.
Well, I'm happy that the placement points are there, but that fragging power, what do you feel like you need to be able to adjust for that fragging power to come through?
For now, we are absorbing the atmosphere. We are studying the teams, what are the teams doing, and we are looking forward to have a like a team meeting and what are the mistakes we are doing that not getting us the elimination we wanted. And yeah, you will for sure see some double-digit elimination in upcoming matches.
I'm going to take that as a promise. And for everybody in India, I'm pretty sure this is pretty much a light of hope. The performance is there. I'm hyped up for you guys. I'm hoping that the fragging power is going to come through. And honestly, great start, even though the elims aren't there yet.
Let's go, AP. AK मार दे फोड़ दे भाई
Promises of fragging power in that previous
चलो
match,
चलो
but here
OG
on Miramar, hopefully they'll be able to do a little bit more. They are center on this circle Blank over towards Labandita, over towards that area of the map. We'll see if they can get the business done and stay in that top 7 spot for that direct qualification to the grand finals.
Indeed. Have a look at what's happening elsewhere on the map right now. Got DRX down towards Puerto Paraiso. And we're getting pretty much a Minas Generalis central finish at the moment, which is not the most horrible position on the map in the world. I mean, up much further than dropping down towards the southwest side, which is difficult to play in, honestly. And R8 in San Martin. I actually want to see a little bit more of R8. Very much enjoying the gameplay so far. A little bit risky at times, though. Cheeky shots coming through from DS3.
It's interesting. He swapped over to the M249, was playing on the pacing that was assumed of him, dropped those shotgun shells out the window, and then immediately swapped to hop out for the spray down. You could see that the plan was to break whilst he was reloading, right, up into the wall. But that little weapon swap really very timely and well read. So nice stuff coming through from GS, and they'll take a scalp of Alpha 7 for their prize. Regnum Kaya surviving as 4 this time. Hopefully they can continue to do that. They were getting clipped quite a lot on Erangel in these last 2 matches. E-Arena, in the meantime, on the north side now, making their approach through the areas up towards the city, up towards Truck Stop now. As you can see, they're moving forward, still with their substitute in. Joker out, NC2. He played in that last match, wasn't quite able to go the full distance. We'll see what they can do now.
Kind of just taking a look at where some of these rotational paths are going to come from, because I think at the moment Mad Bulls has a okay path inwards, but a lot of the central spaces are already taken up right now, John, which is difficult. It's difficult to work with, especially moving through like such open area with the fields, etc. GK on our screens versus E-Arena, just spraying it, honestly. NC2 will win out the engagement. Kind of got sick of the shotgun there a little bit, didn't he?
It's like, brother, that's not, you're not an alarm clock. Be quiet. He sits him down. Back. There is an answer. So both E-Arena and GK now have lost a player. GK try and move forwards as 2. Mormon with the side angle there could potentially get some shots in or nades in through those open garage doors, but that truck really playing spoiler to a lot of his sight lines. So the regroup, I think, probably necessary here. The third player from GK off in the distance, about 200, 300 meters away. It's a kind of a non-factor unless they look to regroup.
I think for right now, this is a bit of a weird fight where E-Arena is going to struggle to remove themselves from this engagement. Inside this building, you got Nerzed hovering off in the distance as well. Definitely a frustrating one for E-Arena, but over towards Truck Stop anyway. It's likely that both teams are going to be leaving here for quite some time. How close they are. Aaron finding shot over towards Prestige. Not flush yet, though, so there's still a chance to play back up on their feet. Thundertalk nice and central as well, looking to play even more points on the day here, which is impressive.
Always a good idea to put more points on the cards. Nerzed moving up. Playing closer. The fight being shunted around the truck stop. Unlikely for teams to impact this fight as well. It's a little bit too far flung. Maybe the Mad Bulls could be here in a minute or 2, but it's more likely that they're going to make their approach elsewhere. Very isolated fight. Not out of the question to fully disengage from this, from actually either of these 2 rosters. They are fully split linearly, but Nerzed really the sticking point of this fight, up on the hill, with oversight on this one.
Yeah, it's the main issue. Again, it's only 2 players underneath, so Kevin as well as SafG can't get really too aggressive, but you are in a bit of a deadlock right now between both these teams. Mad Bulls coming through from water treatment. Most teams are just in position. Again, we're waiting for stage 2 here on Miramar, biggest shift available. Sent down towards. See where these next circles will end up. And it's between San Martin Picado as well as Minas. So again, this is a lot of fielded area, a lot of open area. It will mean that this fight needs to end soonish, though.
Does have a little bit of a ticking clock on it. I mean, for Nerzed, does he regroup? Do they push through as 3? I'm not sure. I think it's probably a better idea just to... I mean, you could potentially just try and hold that fight out and try and play the longer game. Regnum Kai, though, on the middle. Bit of a clash, actually. Reg,
साइलस
Don't
बच
want to be
गया।
losing players early, not again.
टीटी थर्ड पार्टी कर
Especially on
सकता है,
Mirror Map
R8
here.
भी
The
आ रहा
2-2
उधर से, वो भी ले
split
सकता है उसको।
for Regnum Kaya.
रैग
Grab
को ले
position for
सकता है
Zenov,
टीटी,
controlling
मगर
Thunder Talk a
हाँ
little
आया
bit, making
आया
their
थर्ड
map
पार्टी।
just that bit harder. Scarface, he's trying to move in, but no, they're not going to find anything. Silas gets the res.
Again, for Regnum Kaya, it's definitely a case of if
आया
we don't want
ULF
to start another game
नहीं
on
इधर
3 players, that would be
नहीं, अभी भी नॉक नहीं
tremendously
हुआ,
bad for them.
सेंटर में मार रहा है,
Just
जाएगा
having
नहीं।
one game go their way would be fantastic, especially from the position they're currently in. They're just the west of Thunder Talk. And being able to be in this position means that they have a good chance for an end game, a late game, being only on 18 points right now. Pumping those points up a little bit more would be ideal. You know, getting towards a 40-point boundary at the end of the day is typically what you're really looking for here.
Yeah, getting 40 points on a day would see you fairly safe towards the 7th place position and higher. Around that 110 boundary is where I'm expecting the points to end up here for 7th place. And that will be what they're going to be looking to try and convert on your right. So a lot of work to do in these last two games. 22 points for Regnum Kaya.
तो वीपी पहले मैच में फर्स्ट में था ना, लेगा 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 लेगा।
Break that boundary as well. Alpha 7 very nearly there and very nearly losing a player as he sails over the ridgeline for Alpha 7.
कूदा भाई,
Stay alive just that bit
पूरा
longer.
जंप किया
Losing a player already.
रिच पे।
Going down to 2 would be pretty disastrous, especially with the chocker block south side as it is. First Pro bringing up the rear.
A huge amount of teams down here as well. You got Wolves, Alpha 7, Virtus Pro, like you were just saying, DX Xavier, who still need to regroup one another. You got Lambert still heading up. He's right on the south side, but his team's over towards the northeast, as you can see here on your screens. And you even have Wolves like littering this northern edge. This is a very tough position to make your way out from inside of Los Leones.
जोन ओजी पे आएगा क्या?
Very difficult indeed.
आजा आजा।
That push up over those hills to the north side of Los Leones. Treacherous at the best of times. Geek
कटेगा।
sending away. I think he's getting down that hill safely. I'm not entirely sure. As the circle
रैग
pops up
से
towards the
फाइट
north
लेना
side.
पड़ेगा, मगर इधर से जो
Over towards Graveyard, over towards
साउथ
R8
से
as
इतनी
well.
सारा
Looking to take that first place position
स्टेशन
back
होगा,
and keep it under control.
उनको रोक सकता है।
As well, being helped out here. So
ये ना
all these
रिस्क
teams
लेगा।
to the north of the Lavandita crater having a good time with this shift lane.
सबका रोटेशन चालू, अब फाइट होने का चांसेस है।
Again, it is a good spot for them. They're
ये
currently
फैल रैग को
holding.
ले गया,
Orangutan currently
ले गया
coming in
एक
from
ओपी,
that south side.
एक नॉक निकाला। चलो एक हुआ।
Getting stuck in with Regnum Kaya as well, as it's a three-way fight between them, Ulf,
एक किल मिला।
and Orangutan. Regnum Kaya really suffering here. Looks like their day might be a
अबे
bit of
रैग।
a downer, as they're down to 2 players. Ulf trying to keep up the spirits.
अबे
of the
क्या
fans,
है
but
भाई,
not
दो
really
का
going
नौ
well for
दो
them
नौ हो
either,
गया।
as it's just Scarface
एक
now
प्लेयर।
remaining. Orangutan, they've lost 2 in the process of all of this as well. As their fight's not going as strongly as they would have liked either, but they still do have reservoir opportunities. The Scarface steps in, steps out, tries to go for the shot, bobbles the nade out the window. Will Loxy step on it? No, but he is going to get lit up from the off angle. That is Kara chiming in, and the nades are through as well. Scarface goes down next, and CEO gets a little ball, backed off the angle, but gets the points nonetheless.
दिख गया, बचा, ओजी बच गया।
This is a good nade, to be honest.
रैग गया ना पूरा,
Bobbles out the
बढ़िया।
window. It's not cooked or primed, so it forces Loxy to move around the side of the wall, but only to get shot out by other teams. So an interesting maneuver. OG
बच गया।
took control of that northern side, just on the western edge of La Bandita here. Currently trying to push their way through Wolves. Don't really need to force this engagement considering they're further north than Wolves right now. And Kara's playing a slow game over towards the northern edge of the circle around the mines. Give me. NC2 is not likely to get back up here, is he?
No, he's pretty donezo right now. Arena are in the 4 corners of the map at the moment. Very, very spread. Looks like a survival play. I mean, it looks like Technicate can regroup to Mormon, and maybe they'll play on us too, and have not terrible time over towards Minas Generalis, but yeah, that's going to be rough. I was looking at the Wolves' position there. I don't think they need to push, but it's Alpha 7 and Virtus Pro that this fight, actually, in fact, on our screens right now, that once it concludes, they'll be sending up around the edge of this crater, right? Most likely towards the Wolves' position. The circle, if it goes all the way north, they can
बहुत
divert
बढ़िया.
around it, but if it pops down south, they need to take this fight, and I think that's go time. It's whoever can get there first sends towards the Wolves, but maybe they want to stay on the outside and third party the other person, whoever makes that move. It's a difficult spot on the south edge.
ये पाजी कहाँ जा रहा है अलग?
Alpha 7 and Virtus Pro now struggling. Play against one another. Wolves also will just play on this edge for a little bit longer. Lavandita really is always this difficult terrain piece where it really causes some of these rotations to go right. Because if you are one of these teams on the south, like you're forced to play a western rotate now, it's really hard playing an eastern rotate because you have little to no information on that north side.
ये बाहर है, बी जोन के, वीपी भी थोड़ा सा बाहर है, 150 मीटर ना.
On the far edge.
Alpha 7 भी edge पे था.
Mounting up closer, you can see they are setting themselves up at the top of the hill to potentially roll down towards the Wolves, but they've got to be worried about Alpha 7. I mean, do Alpha 7 go all the way around? Do they go wide?
OG पे घुसेगा भाई ये. Alpha 7 साइड से
Maybe they're going to crash in towards Alpha 7 here.
जाएगा. ये लोग सब OG पे जाएगा.
I mean, they don't. I think if you get a crash over towards Alpha 7, there is a potential that you're able to get something done here and slowly make the push on the east, but this is a really tough push up towards Longhouse.
गया.
Ooh. Feels like Milky Way may have wanted to go a bit further, but actually drops short, uses the car as cover, nades now, the opening salvo for Virtus Pro. A lot of damage done towards them, and that nade nearly takes him down. Luckily, the health ticking back up keeps him going.
गया, बचा.
And Malloy for Virtus Pro is not here with them, still moving out
एक
around,
ले गया.
moving up to the Lavandita crater edge.
एक ले गया.
The rest of his team rides on in. Revo tries to
खत्म
hold the
भाई.
corridor,
Alpha 7
looks for the
खत्म कर दिया
shutdowns,
भाई
but it's not
VP ने.
working. None of them can find the shot. Malloy was here to play, but he wasn't needed.
OG कहाँ से
Alpha
कर
7
गया?
swept aside, and Virtus Pro, the ones to tear them to shreds.
I mean, I'm surprised they were able to make that happen, honestly. I was very surprised they were
दूर
able to
से
make that
शायद long
happen.
distance knock हुआ क्या?
It's an incredible
I don't-
push from Virtus Pro, especially over towards Longhouse as well. I mean, leaving that door open and then grouping up and getting naded out is
Okay.
pretty ridiculous.
अच्छा. निकला निकला.
And Virtus Pro looks down
निकला.
over towards OG. They're able to pick up one,
बढ़िया.
but a quick pick of the vehicle will
निकल गया,
get
निकल
one
गया.
of their players back out again to safety. And I'm stuck inside Lavandita, a little bit rough now.
अब दो का split हो गया ज़्यादा ही बड़ा इनका.
That crater. Will be potentially a difficult place to leave in the Lavandita south side. Arena trying to keep their two players in, trying to find a little slice of respite, but I don't think it's going to be too easy to do so.
मार ओके. आरू.
Lighting them up, the Xavier sending them away, no room at the inn, and it's into the crater with them. It looks like Orangutan might actually be dropping down to fight them, to meet them. They will come off of that ridge side and move into the angle, the oversight there. But will that give Virtus Pro too much ground? Will that allow Virtus Pro on the south to move in where they weren't allowed
एक
to
रह
before?
गया. आतंकी रह गया.
Yeah, I think for DRX, they're holding the two-man split down this way as well, just to prevent teams from making that rotate over towards the eastern side. I think you are Virtus Pro, you're just kind of looking for these teams trying to leave out through from Lavandita. Good shot over towards Mormon as well. We'll find one. Not likely to end up in a flush, but it does mean that their push out towards that eastern side is now covered by the fact that flush res needs to go through. Thunder Talk just playing this game out really easy right now. I'm also very surprised that OG was able to make this cross. It was a decent one underneath the purview of Virtus Pro. I mean, they did have to leave a couple of players behind.
भी comeback करेगा इसमें.
Crazy. This is crazy. DRX held this angle for so long, and then as they leave, Virtus Pro makes the push. It's like you either need to commit or not commit. Not one or the other.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not worked out for DRX in that situation. Wolves, though, actually moving back
Thank
up and maybe
you.
trying to backfill on this rotation for Virtus Pro. I don't think I had this on the
जा
cards
सकता है.
at the moment, but the Wolves are making this rotate, and it might pan out. Malloy now caught alone. The rest of Virtus Pro have found a little bit of isolation from him, and there's no way he's getting back up. The Wolves clip the wings of Virtus Pro, make it all the harder to move over this Labendita crater here. It is a couple of real crazy rotates coming through on this south edge, and I'm loving it.
It's such a hard place to rotate through as well. It's very hard to make happen. I mean, Wolves make a late rotate back down towards the south side to push through. Virtus Pro still ahead of things, but are losing
देखे
players.
पड़ेगा. अरे गया भाई वो तो देख के गया भाई.
Kind of sense there's something in the midst there, and we'll
Yeah,
just
रुकेगा.
back it off.
That is a strong backing off as well. They do make it to a shack, but you've got to imagine it's going to be a question of does the circle go to it, and if not, it might just be done for. Are they going to move again? I wouldn't put it past them. DRX now trying to make their move as well, but the Wolves have the ridgeline. And it's not going to be easy at all to make their way out this direction. And a little bit further they have to go as well, as DRX will be consumed by the blue here. Wolves making their way across the crater ground and over towards that north edge of things, playing up towards the oversight, towards DX Xavier, towards that high ground that they held.
For DX Xavier, I mean, it's an okay spot, right? It's fairly central, but it's just it's a nade hole, right? People are just going to be throwing. As soon as they start to get close there, it is so easy just to smoke that area out and then just toss nades in. And DX Xavier's done for. It's going to keep them protected for quite a while.
पड़ेगा.
Might even give them the chance at an end game finish here, but it's not likely to end up being a win.
Who?
DRX always seem to be moving at the wrong time. Virtus Pro just slightly ahead of Wolves.
ओ जी चलो जोन पे है अभी कॉर्नर है.
Fall prey to a very similar rotate from
किल
Wolves,
चाहिए
right?
भाई किल.
DK
ऊपर वाला
will
किल
down,
उठा रहा है
his
पूरा
map
नीचे
pushing
वाला
through
किल
once
उठा रहा
again.
है.
I think Mapples have had a lot of success today.
और जी को किल चाहिए. फाइट लेना पड़ेगा.
Some solid engagements. They're in third place. That is undeniable. 39 points so far today. Now they want to try and find DRX and EK, or whatever remains of them rather. As Nurse actually breaking out far all the way to the back of the compound here. Probably going to be fairly safe for this. Until, that is, Mad Bulls actually get across the way. Because they are going to have to push through this one. They are going to have to move towards the circle, which is southwest of them right now. Probably over towards DX Xavier. That's where they're looking.
क्या मारा भाई.
Nice shot from Flip towards Soaz. He makes the jump. And Mapples can continue down this way. It's so open over on these fields. Pretty much there's a big task ahead of a couple of teams here. OG have to deal with E Arena, which shouldn't be too difficult.
गया गीक गया.
Talk with APG.
भाई पूरा चढ़ रहा है तो.
Moving up over towards GS. But
एक को ले
mostly
गया.
Kara is kind of controlled right now by GS on
Ah.
that western side.
ओजी का फाइट हो गया.
Nearly found something special there. Was able to take one down in nearly a second, but not quite. NZ falls. DK are eliminated. GS, in the meantime, is up over to the northwest side near Kara. Near R8 as well, we're regrouping to the third party this. If GS take a knock or two, R8 are going to be able to overwhelm this. You need to be careful. Icon stepping forward, CEO and Lewis trying to play off one another, playing on the windows.
ओजी का क्या हुआ भाई.
Jabbar goes down, goes low. R8 now's the time to push up, but they're not really in a position to do it. They haven't fully regrouped here. It might not matter though, because GS still have got more to deal with. Kara on the outside, giving them a run for it. Icon steps in, but can't quite find him.
पकड़ा भाई. क्या पकड़ा.
To get back behind the corner and falls to it.
GS still holding on here. Kara, I was surprised that they put a little bit of a fight here. They were stuck in, but GS did a really good number on them.
वे ओजी DX पकड़
In the
गया.
meantime, APG is scrapping Thundertalk on the other side of things. You can see that in the picture on the bottom right. APG do finally come out on top. But it is, I believe, just Doc remaining there with the full squad wipe over towards Thunder to
ओजी का बढ़िया 5 फिनिश
done.
नाइस
And not an easy push either. Surprised Thunder Talk
जोन के बाहर
lost that one.
भाई
I thought at the very least it would have been 2 players from Thunder Talk still up, but
Rev होगा
APG
क्या
still got it in them. Nice nade from Iso again over towards Moth. R8 loses another
Nice.
player.
आतंकी
Far from
Up,
ideal.
yeah.
That knock, that flush comes through, that puts them down to 3. They did have an opening to try and third party up to the
अरे बढ़िया
more concerned
अरे
maintaining that south boundary. And
पुश
that
करे
may be the right
WG
play in this situation.
टेल में
Just give that fight the slip.
खुद
And
को
now
तो
they've
रीसेट
got to
करना
allow
है
all those teams on the north
ऊपर
to
से
get
नॉर्थ
stuck in amongst themselves.
ओजी बढ़िया
And Mad Bulls
4 मैन स्टैंडिंग
will have
6
to
किल
include GS as well.
6 elimination
Everybody's
टॉप
stuck
8
there now. Gonna
बहुत
have a
बढ़िया
tough time because it's Xavier with one hell of a position. And they're going to have
डब्ल्यू टेल खत्म हो जाएगा ना उसको खाली हो
Someone's
जाएगा
gonna go
बढ़िया आतंकी बढ़िया ब्रो नाइस ये लड़ेगा इधर पे
This is going to be a hard hold. A
बढ़िया
very hard hold for them. You see
टॉप
Nate
7
already
4 मैन
starting to
स्टैंडिंग
set over by the Mad Bulls. But equally for anyone else, like even if you take down DXA, you're still in the situations like where do you play after that?
गया 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 गया
Karen not giving up too
R8
easily
तीन
on
है
the cross out, R8 able to continue
ये इधर
to
लड़ेगा
get their
पूरा
information
फंसेगा
earlier.
गया
Marth going down, and with GS all
आतंकी
now locked in this one position, nades galore from either side, from Kara, from R8. Goodness me, that is damage pouring on.
Oh, it looks good. No, it's just short.
Thank you, finish.
Continue the bombardment. It seems like they're bottoming some of the main pockets here. With more pouring in, but Mad Bulls finally humbling them slightly, stepping them back off the
आतंकी
angle
जोन
as
पे
the nades
ओजी
topple over the fence. CEO trying to weather it from the Mad Bulls as well. Oh, it is really difficult to make any sort of movement on this north side. Punisher
ये लोग तो आपस में लड़ेगा
on the off angle there. Actually looking to regroup it seems. Play
गया
towards the rest of the team.
टॉप 6
CEO.
ठीक है
Nice position. We'll get taken down. Let's let them claim the point.
ओजी का फाइट हो रहा
16 remaining.
DX से DX 4 मैन स्टैंडिंग है भाई
Just the 6 left now. Oh, gee, actually making it over towards the northeast side here. Good wrap around from San Martin. Another Bandita.
मैड
Looking over towards DXA here, but flip
Top 5
over towards AKOP.
टॉप 5
A little bit of a difficult scenario to head themselves into. R8 putting more points in the back pocket, up to 50 now, and Mabel's not too far behind. OG attempting to reset on this one, but still 70 limbs on the game. Pretty damn good stuff. 32 points total.
बढ़िया
That's how you want to do it. A little
लेट्स
elimination
गो
focus
टीम
there
इंडिया
for
मार्च
OG.
ये एक नेट
Have to push in against DXA.
Yep.
This is a really difficult bunker to hold though, because nades
बे
do so much
यार
against you. You can see, oh, okay. I'm surprised that one didn't tag on. A little bit of cover found somewhere.
17 18
Helping them out. Still got a couple of nades to play with. Dot on the off angle. Looks like OG know about it.
एपीजी का एक ही है ना
Three at the angle.
एक ही है
Nobody really on that south flank other than him. Behind it, and the shots are connected. But Wiz
आरो इतना पीछे क्या कर रहा है
good to try and find them off the top repositions. Oh, he steps back into the spray line, and nearly goes down because of it.
भाई एक दो नॉक बढ़िया
Send straight back up again. Knows he needs to pull down the grenade
एक
now
और नॉक
because
बढ़िया
he has to keep DXA
Nice.
at bay. Another strong grenade over the top. Lamball last remaining alive inside of this bunker, and now they look further towards
अबे
the
अंदर डाल
east. Again, more res coming through. They see Mabels
डाल
on
डाल
the
डाल डाल
distance. OG
पास में डाल
looking for even
नहीं
more
डाल
on this
डाल
game. Up
ऊपर
to
डाल
top 4 now.
Mad Bulls are a bigger threat for.
बे यहाँ पे डालना
Just launching a nade over the Levi's doesn't connect there. Some cover still found. That is a crazy push, you're right. But somehow goes unpunished. Mad Bulls more preoccupied with getting those reses. There's 3 players still alive here. The Molotov sent to the sky. For Aru, trying to slowly push as the nades continue to roll over the top. That looks like it's
यहाँ क्या है मार भाई रेड क्यों नहीं जा रहा
Won't be able to connect either. Somehow DXA are surviving these nades. Everything being put their way.
अभी 8 नेट है वो
Stepping out. They're
मार
moving.
सकता है
They're just keep them at bay though. This is the big
Mad
thing
का
right
एक
now
गया
for OG is that as long as they can keep DXavier stuck inside these tunnels, it makes that end game a lot easier. Just use the
ले
control
तेरी
right on the side
चढ़ जा
but
चढ़ जा
just hope they don't put too much tension here. If they get that done, now they know they need to
अबे इधर बैठा है
good set of vehicles from
अल्लाह
DXavier. There's a line hidden away. Looking for the flush. Wizgod goes down now. AKOP needs to find Paragin.
अबे यार कहाँ क्या
So long, and Levi's will finish them off. Dear me, what an angle from Paragin underneath the vehicle. That is a sneaky maneuver.
Oh, you just never expect it. That is so brutal for OG. Paragin makes it work, and now DXAV have time to... Nope, they're not going to get that third player up, okay?
अबे यार वो गड्डी के नीचे बैठा था.
It is the last stage, and Mad Bulls now with an option to maybe take chicken dinner here on our first Miramar. Levi's the last stand, and it will be the Mad Bulls to take it away. Disaster strikes for OG. Paragin under the bumpers was able to take him down, but DXAV weren't able to get out from underneath the vehicle either. And it is Mad Bulls who will be able to move on through. A brilliant close down to that game.
Yeah, very, very good stuff coming through from the Mad Bulls. Honestly, really well done from them in terms of control recently. I think as an aggressive team, they've been playing very well. For DXAV, coming out on top in that engagement was very astonishingly good. And I think it only really became apparent later on there with the way they set up the vehicles inside of that bunker, making it a little bit less prone to the nades in front of the top. I think OG's rotate up from Labandita was fairly strong, but difficult to make work there versus DXAV. Almost had it. If it wasn't for that spot that Paragin held, they would have easily transition from there.
Light it up. Gotta do it. Light it up. Light it up. Shit, had to do it hella big. Had to bring it back in. Light it up.
Oh, well.
Yeah, and I think it is impressive to see that one happen. I was very, very pleased with the way that that game panned out because it was set after set of very, very difficult rotations coming through from teams to deal with, especially on that south side for First Pro, for Wolves, for DRX. These are all tricky rotations to figure out. Even for OG, the way that they've navigated through Labandita, that is not an easy position to play in because they dealt with E-Arena shortly afterwards. But an international level like this, I'm expecting teams to be able to do that, but I didn't expect every single team to be able to navigate that position fairly well. So it was quite impressive and a fun game to watch. And also, it's one of the first times in quite a while I've seen someone effectively play out that bunker where DXAV were playing jump.
I mean, normally you just see those nades land straight on top of you and you're straight on down, but that vehicle position, that was that's just pretty crazy.
It really was. And I think this is, oh dear me. I don't think this is the final blow, but it was actually the final blow for OG. That's for sure. Really, really tough stuff. I mean, to be fair, OG plucked up the courage to actually push in towards the bunker, which they needed to do. But yeah, that's a rude angle. Absolutely a rude angle to play.
Yeah, it needs like a perfect approach on the vehicle as well. It's very inconsistent to be able to get that set up, as we highlighted before. It's just incredible, and you can't blame OG at all for going down to it. It's also got 7 elims on that match, so again, a couple more elims able to find that focus. As we take a look at the stats here for the Mad Bulls on their win, they will be able to be fairly consistent across the board here. Too a little bit lower on the elims, but still keeping up with the damage. Flip as well, but yeah, great stuff for them. Coming through a really tricky spot on the north side of that circle too.
Yeah, again, I think that this is a team that just works. It's funny the way this team has been brought together as well, because Tulik, been picked up by several different teams within Europe as well. Pusher, similarly, Lemon, Flip. They've all been on several different teams in the past and kind of been like the player that's been dropped or the 2 players that have been pushed out. And they were like, you know what? To hell with it. Let's just make a team together. We could be successful from that. They have been. And it's nice to see the revival of Mad Balls from that as well, which is definitely the coolest thing for me, because Mad Balls was a name that you used to say in the past, and it was a fearsome name. let's take a look at some of those highlights from that last game because there were definitely quite a few, but there was also quite a few moments where you're in the open, and it's a tough position to play. But these initial shots from E Arena, from EK, taking the towards them, holding them position, it was surprising watching the run from truck stop and then seeing where he actually ended up.
We're seeing record fire on there as well. It feels like they have really been dropping the ball. And they're not having a good time of things. Maybe they'll be able to. But at the moment, it's not looking good for their 7th place chances. They did come into conflict with plenty of teams out for blood. See the frustration Silas's face there. Very disappointed with his performance, the performances of his team as well, you'd imagine. Some of the oversight that OG had onto scraps around the ladder to create the that south side set of rotates was really quite wild, I think, with Bloods Pro, with DRX, with Arena, all making, with Wolves making some really interesting choices.
Yeah, it's a tough game to play in, honestly. And especially with all that open area towards the end, it was really because you had to clear out a lot of teams. And we kind of predicted it quite well that DXAV would be one of the last teams to fall as well, just because that spot, although tremendously treacherous to play in, does give you a nice spot to work with going into the future. At least secure yourself a high placing at the back of it.
So always important to get up into those top spots. It's the Mad Bulls celebrating their chicken dinner there. Rightly so. Very nice stuff coming on through. So take a look at our match rankings as well here. 22 points total for the game. 12 elims found. A really nice result for the Mad Bulls. That north side paying out dividends for them on their position. But in second place there, 14 points for OG.
Yeah, really wonderful stuff. And I mean, only getting 5 placement points as well. I mean, they get 3rd place. I don't quite pick up the 2nd there because of DXavier, but still a really strong game. 9 elims off the back of it, 14 points total. I kind of liked what we heard about in the interview between Seven as well as AKOP, where they were talking about that realistically what they were doing in those first few games was, and it makes a lot more sense to me now as well, where they're trying to figure out the rotation. They're trying to figure out these teams because they, unlike a lot of our other teams here, haven't had the chance to play in a lot of these other international tournaments, figure out how different teams play from several different regions. So for them, this is quite an overwhelming experience, I imagine. But to kind of get a grasp of it and then move into a much more what feels like a comfortable flow state come match 5, it's definitely a nice thing to see.
So our MVP for that match was Lemon from Mad
Bulls. Doing most healing and surviving the longest, obviously, in the winning team. But yeah, a big heal game coming on through for Lemon as they pump out plenty of damage.
Their data there, 332. That's the highest that has been occurred. 673 damage total. 1,000 damage for AKOP, actually gaining the old Kalaris accolade of respect. Getting over the 1,000 damage mark. With only 3 elims is wild, by the way. So he was just taking cracks at everyone inside the lobby. Not quite finding the elim, but certainly giving out a fair few bruises and cuts in the process. Lambor, the face does not match the punch right now. He looks afraid to go to battle with me. But, you know, he still did 611 damage, so he's a fearsome boxer nonetheless.
Absolutely. Don't want to come across him on the dunes of Miramar. I mean, for OG, right, their position on the north side of the Labadita crater, they were holding out Wolves, they were holding out E-Arena, they were holding out all those teams to the south, taking pot shots as well. We saw them flexing out, doing a lot of work, not necessarily getting the most in response, but probably a lot of those elims were taken away by maybe other members of his team, right? There were 4 other elims on his team. It'd be interesting to see what the general stats for OG were, but yeah, a great result, and he's living up to the interview talk, which often doesn't happen. You know, a player will say, "Oh yeah, you know, we'll get better, we'll be more elimination focused, yada yada yada," and you think, "Yeah, right, okay, pull the other one," but no, he's living up. It's good to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't really. I think the cool thing was that when he was speaking, we hear a lot of generalizations during interviews as well, where it's because, "Oh, we'll do better, we'll get more elims, etc., etc." I don't think he did that too much. Quite clearly, like, identified where they were weak and what they needed to improve on, what they were doing quite well. I think that's very important for a team, because those are things you definitely need to identify in future to improve. And I think I would have been a little bit more harsh if it was a case that they came into the rest of the day and they hadn't really improved on any of those things. But again, it's nice to see from what we saw earlier, which was, you know, still decent rotations, but a little bit more of a passive performance, to this, which is now quite aggressive at times. And also they look a lot more comfortable. So it's nice seeing the evolution from them. Similarly with Mad Balls over the years, it's a very similar story.
Yeah, that sort of reforming of that team, as you said, that coming back together of players who have dropped out of teams or been replaced on teams, having a good result in this game. And I think that, to be honest, certainly at the middle of this year, generally this standard quality
And welcome back to the stage. We're here once again at PMGC, waiting for the final game to start. We have some technical issues on our side, which are being fixed as fast as we possibly can get them fixed. We'll be waiting just a short time longer. I think John's still here. I believe.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. I'm all here.
Yeah. He's all here.
Oh,
Absolutely. He's still chilling. Yeah, I'm feeling like Scarface too right now.
Yeah.
I'm not actually that like that. This is a posture check time, ever I saw.
Hydration and posture check before the last match of the game. It's always important when you go to the desert, staying hydrated. Ready to get away. Important. 7.
No.
That's the orange game.
No.
maybe I'm not all here. Goodness me. Yeah, Virtus Pro. Definitely. And definitely currently kind of neck and neck. In terms of the teams today. I mean, the early Alpha 7 today, maybe not.
Yeah, there's honestly today Virtus Pro's been playing fairly well. I think there's been moments where I have been slightly questioning some of Virtus Pro's positioning. I think that there's multiple times where I'll see Virtus Pro make a rotate, and although it's fairly decent, some of the execution at times is slightly lacking. I think when you watch a team like Alpha 7, when they have a plan in mind, they're able to usually execute on it fairly well. I think Virtus Pro, despite them being so damn good mechanically, there is times where I'm somewhat unimpressed by position. I think that's the best way I can put it. And it's difficult for me to talk like this because it's like, well, Virtus Pro's doing very well. It's very well in their region as well. So I think it's more a case that I'm just expecting more for them. I haven't quite seen that yet.
It's not been as loud as other teams, no. There are those little glimmers every now and again.
Yeah, I mean they've been at least consistent, right? Yeah, they've been consistent, which is the thing you want to see in the team. And I think that less can be said about Alpha 7 in that circumstance. I think when we have seen Alpha 7 play at like a high height, it's like, wow, that's impressive. I know why they're doing that movement. Set that off angle. It feels slightly messy, but I think sometimes they're thriving in that chaos a little bit. It looks like we are going to be heading in towards our final game of the day, and it will be Miramar.
Indeed, it will once more into desert for the end of the day. Match number 6 of the Gauntlet stage. We're heading in our play on the south.
चलो इंडिया लास्ट मैच और जी एक मैच निकाल ले भाई. चलो बढ़िया, अच्छा मैच था पिछला वाला. अगर इसको थोड़ा सा भी अच्छे नोट में ख़त्म करना पड़ेगा, then it will be a perfect day for us. ओजी कहाँ उतरा? गन फाइट हुआ क्या? ऊपर एपीजी उतरा. पैड़े की कहाँ गया भाई? अरे प्यारा नॉक रे. सही बात है, मैसिव चेंज है भाई। पहले दिन 40 पॉइंटर्स बनाना इज गुड 5 मैच में, ठीक है। पकड़ेगा पकड़ेगा इसको, पकड़ रहा है, ढूंढ रहा है आतंकी इसको, जाइलो को। अबे 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 एंगल में जा भाई, एंगल में जा। आतंकी वापस अलग चला गया। वाई ब्रो, एंगल ढूंढ रहा, लेगा लेगा। अरे भाई साहब, ओ भाई उतार दिया पीजी डॉग को। वो खत्म, क्या प्रॉपर मारा भाई। हैकर और वॉट ब्रो, पाजी। लेगा इसको भी लेगा। बे यार, गाड़ी भी नहीं है, क्यों रिस्क लिया भाई। अग्गी भी गई, प्लेयर मेन गया। पिसगॉट गया भाई। क्या भाई क्या कर रहा है ये लोग? जाइलो को ट्रेड लिया। उसी का गया बचा। थ्री भी वन ना, बहुत दूर है भाई। अरे क्या मारा है बढ़िया। निकलो, बग्गी भी है, बाइक भी है, पटक से निकलो जोन पे। बहुत बढ़िया। बढ़िया प्रॉपर जोन लो, 4 पॉइंट आ गए हैं। थोड़ा सा खेलो। अरे भाई साहब, अरे क्या मारा रे टीटी, क्या मारा। 3 ले लिया भाई। फ्लिक मारा भाई, क्या मारा फ्लिप। जॉर्ड A7 भी गया इधर। अरे भाई, अल्फा 7 को उड़ा दिया जीएस ने। खत्म, अल्फा 7 खत्म। बढ़िया, कंपटीशन, एक कंपटीशन कम हुआ। बढ़िया, लीड ले सकते हैं बढ़िया से। ओजी नहीं आ पाएगा क्या? जोन के बारे हीलिंग्स है। चल लगा रहा है, हीलिंग्स लगा रहा है। कहाँ है भाई? जल्दी आओ, इधर आ गया आ गया आ गया। पेट्रोन से आएगा। वेस्टर्न साइड से कारा से भिड़ाएगा क्या? हीलिंग ढूंढता हुआ आ रहा है वो लोग। वीपी गया, वीपी का एक प्लेयर गया, ठीक है। वीपी 7 प्लेस में 31 है, ठीक है, काफ़ी है। गया गया गया, बच गया। DRX का गया एक। GS 2 नॉक DRX के चोरी क्या की VP ने चोरी कर लिया GS गया भाई ओ भाई DRX खत्म ट्रू है ना DRX ओ भाई ले गया ये भी गया GS भी गया आ गया जोन पे ना जी बढ़िया एक पे कूदते हैं तीनों जोन पे तो पहुंच जाएगा इधर उसको इधर लूट भी मिलेगा DX फंस गया ओपन में बच गया अभी ठीक है थोड़ा सा स्लो हुआ इनका फाइट होगा पक्का मैड का EA का लेगा फाइट ये दे दिया साउंड बगेगा कुप लेके जोन पे जाना ना ऊपर से जो 3v2 है 4v2 मैट का कितना बचा है? मैट का 4 हो ना। वीपी, अच्छा ये इधर फंसा दिया, एक उधर फंसा हुआ है। ओजी जोन पे है, ठीक है बढ़िया। जोन 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 किधर मिलेगा? अरे वो क्या बात है, ओजी जोन पे बढ़िया। फाइट नहीं हुआ? अच्छा ये निकल गया अंदर। नहीं भाई, डीएक्स से लेगा फाइट पक्का। डीएक्स पे स्लैम किया, ले गया ले गया ले गया। ओ भाई गिरा दिया, इधर फंस गया आगे। पड़ा पड़ा पड़ा, 3 नॉक, 4 हो गया भाई। टीटी ले गया भाई 4 किल। मैड का एक नॉक है। ले गया। रेड सेकंड थर्ड का है ना, लड़ेगा। मार मार मार, ले। बग गया भाई रेड। लेगा लेगा, पड़ेगा। लास्ट में ऐड पड़ा। कौन बचा? मोरी बचा ना। ये भी लास्ट है ना, रेड का लास्ट है, 56 पे है। मैड 62 पे है। डीएक्स भी खत्म, लास्ट बचा। बच गया डीएक्स का। बग्गी तेरी बगेगी नहीं भाई। वैसे मैड मार देगा। क्या पड़ा? ओ भाई बच गया क्या? हीलिंग नहीं है। क्या करने जा रहा है भाई? एके ओपी वापस आ। जोन ले जोन। WTL इधर, रिजेस। गीक को नॉक किया। अच्छा उसी को नॉक कर दिया, क्या हुआ? अबे विस्कॉट। इसको भी गिरा दिया। क्या गिरा रहा भाई, इसको भी गया, इसको भी। अच्छा गया। विस्कॉट, विस्कॉट ओजी खत्म। क्या भाई, कहाँ स्लैम कर दिया? ए, 4 पॉइंट ही आए इस मैच से। कारा जोन में, टीटी जोन पे, टीटी का भी जोन हो सकता है मैच। WDL भी पहुंच जाएगा, एज है उन पे। ये वीपी भी गया। WDL ले सकता है इस बार। 7 नहीं, वही नहीं बचा इस पे। कारा भी काफी आगे आ गया। ले, गिरा दिया। जोन भी आ रहा। जोन है भाई इन पे डीएक्स पे तो। वे किल क्यों चुरा रहा है? ओ भाई मॉली में पड़ गया। टीटी ले जाएगी फिर से। कारा कितने दो है ना। नॉक। अच्छा खत्म खत्म। ले टीटी ने ले लिया। वही ना मौके पे चौका मारेगा। खत्म। मारा खेला अच्छा खेला।